Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's really flat and level now.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed.
Okay, so you...
I'm going to bed.
Level is horizontal is good for you, then, right?
I agree, level is horizontal.
Sweet!
True level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate.
Nice.
Just for that. You flipped it, man.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. As you can see, we've got a debate, flat earth and more. Right now, that's a Discord channel that I'd advise you not to go to. But I mean, you're quite welcome to go over there, do your best. Don't tell them facts of reality about, you know, level being horizontal and things like that. they'll call you names. They're just used to doing that. They can't help it. It's their model dictates that they have to be really nasty people. So if you go in there looking for answers, I wouldn't go there at all, really. They're just a group of triggered, model-afflicted adults, mainly guys, that hang around together because they can't make it socializing in normal groups or with normal people. So welcome. Today we are on the misrepresenting try thinking. Try thinking for over these few years we've been trying to get people to think for themselves, and obviously there is a group of people who seem to be our arch enemies, the people that don't want to think for themselves. These people have shadow giants that have told them things, and they don't want to question these shadow giants. These are people that are unquestionable. You can't really go against the shadow giants of the dogmatic models. There's a lot more of this going to be coming in the future years. In fact, it's going to get ridiculous. They're changing words on Wiki. In fact, what they've done is I call it modern day book burning, where they give open access to everyone, and the most triggered people will obviously go and put their assumptions down in the place of actual established fact. Like we have an argument here that is if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. But a corollary for that argument, you can say that the horizon is horizontal. Well, people are trying to state that their models says that it can't be, so therefore they have to change that, and that's why we call that one the argument, because it can't be rebutted without stating that the horizon cannot be horizontal, which is ridiculous, really, because it's established deductive argument, which you'd have to go against. And there's a lot of these sort of things. The consequences of going against established reality are that at some point you're in fantasy. Well, in fact, the moment you step away from established reality, you are in a fantasy land. So the misrepresenting try thinking is, well, I consider myself as try thinking, but the actual try thinking is for my son. I'm Bev, and this channel is try thinking. Now, my initial idea was for me to start thinking more about how my son is going to be brought up in this modern day times, and obviously it gets a little bit tricky whenever you're dealing with these strange modern times that we're in now. When people try, and I'm saying they misrepresent, they make up arguments, they make up positions that we haven't took, they make up straw men arguments and state them as our arguments, whereas the arguments that we have are very simple, and they're wrote down, they're syllogisms, And you can do them yourself. If you want to come and discuss the arguments that we make, then you're quite free to come in and discuss them. But like we had last night, a proposed teacher stating that his assumptions overrode reality by sort of reasoning. Basic reasoning was overcome by some assumptions that this teacher, supposed teacher, don't know, I can't say. I mean, it wouldn't seem like he's a very good teacher to me. But I mean, is that modern day? Is that what we're dealing with modern day? Because if the idea of me coming here and being thinking for me to help my son, well, whatever Matthew learns was coming with yesterday, this established assumption thinking from assumptions, isn't going to help my son. Matthew learns his assumptions that directly show a contradiction. He's not going to drop his assumptions because that's how he ends up at these contradictory positions. He just denies reality in favor of for his assumptions. That's not good, and that's not going to help us out. What's going on in the live chat? Who is this? What's going on? Talking about I don't know. Yeah, we're talking about people misrepresenting. Now, as you can see, there's something going on in the live chat. So if you're looking at those words there, that aren't, none of them are being wrote by me. And that's not got anything to do with the words that I'm saying. So, do people represent, do those words there represent what's going on right now and the words that I'm saying, or are they completely separated from it? I don't know. Right, let me see if I can find this video.
Chat are you talking about, Biff?
Sorry?
What chat are you talking about?
In the live chat.
Oh.
I don't know what's going on. The guy, Parallax, has just turned up just before the live show and started chatting about something. I don't know. But what I'm going to explain is this let me get this video that has been shared. It's 3 weeks old, this. I'm going to put it in the live chat. I'm going to put it on here.
You can measure an angle to a curve all day.
Right, now, this video. Let me get it on here. Remember, we're dealing with Trivian and stuff like that. How all of this stuff works. Okay. So, this video is done by PT194 is his name. YouTube channel. This is a video 3 weeks ago, and as you can see, it's got the flat earth tag, right? So it's now got a flat earth tag. My video doesn't. The video it's taken from, so it's clipped from a video that occurred here on this channel. This. And it says, it's titled, Try Thinking and Flat Earth Math Discuss Angles. That's the title of this. It's got 525 views. It's going up. It's more and more. Do we need to see any? I will look at the comments afterwards. Right, so this is a video taken from this channel that states, Try Thinking and Flat Earth Math Discuss Angles. Let's listen.
You can measure an angle to a curve all day.
Absolutely not.
Draw a tangent, measure your angle, erase the tangent. The angle hasn't changed.
It has. You took away half the fucking angle.
So if we have a right angle, it means that we can draw between two.
So who's talking?
Me.
Okay. But who's got labelled with it? So anybody listening to this, who do they think Try Thinking is? Right from the beginning. As they're doing this. I will carry on.
2 lines, quarter of a circle. Quadrant.
Right. So, the sector, a quarter of the circle would be a sector like 1/4 of the pie. Yes.
Yes. So you can draw any circle. It doesn't matter what this radius would be.
Yes. Like the example I was giving earlier.
So while this conversation's going on with paper and Flat Earth Math, talking about angles, he's got a picture on the screen, as you can see, GeoGebra, that's got a quarter of a circle. And he's just drawing lines on it.
Yes,
right, as he's talking.
This is not right, because he should draw a circle around the center, because we are talking about, let's say, vertical and horizontal, as depicted in this picture, this reference lines.
Yeah, you can see the graph.
So, yes, on this graph, he should draw a circle in the middle, not as the top of this section of a circle. But this is maybe his invention.
As Parallax has put in the chat, that this video has been posted to make fun of me. Okay, so this video, Parallax says that this video has been posted to make fun of me, and it's a discussion that happened here on this channel, right, about angles. The purposes will become clear that everybody should be aware of within this arena. Misrepresentation. So as paper says, it's a discussion about an angle, measuring an angle. And you can see here, there are grid lines that are perpendicular. And these lines are 90 degrees from each other, all of them. They go around there. You know what a right angle looks like. And in this picture, he's drawn a quadrant of a circle. We'll keep going, keep playing it. It's 8 minutes of a conversation.
Earlier is where does the diameter, or with what angle does the diameter hit the circumference? It's by definition, it's 90 degrees.
The diameter hits the circumference. So where's the diameter of this?
The bottom, this half, this is only radius.
Well, I think he's saying this is the diameter here. This hits the circumference here. Is what he's saying. This point.
Strange.
But
okay.
He's drawing it, right? So that's what PT's doing. PT's doing this drawing, and Flat Earth Math is talking about it. So let's try and follow along with what they're saying.
No.
And that's
What do you mean by definition? Show us the definition.
Well, all I'm saying is you have.
So I'll go back here.
Would be.
Yes. Like, but the example I was giving earlier is where does the diameter, or with what angle does the diameter hit the circumference? It's by definition, it's 90 degrees.
What angle does the diameter hit the circumference? And he says, by definition, it's 90 degrees. Listen to it again. This is flat Earth math, remember.
But the example I was giving earlier is where does the diameter, or with what angle does the diameter hit the circumference? It's by definition, it's 90 degrees.
Right, so he claims, by definition, it's 90 degrees. So, where's that definition? This is what PT's trying to do. 90 degrees. You can see that these lines here are 90 degrees. Everybody knows that. All of this grid, all of these, all 90 degrees. They're perpendicular lines, straight lines, to make this 90 degrees. So this is PT, and Parallax says that he's put this video out to make fun of me. Okay, here we go.
No.
And that's
What
a
do you mean
straight
by
line hitting a curve.
definition? Show us the definition.
Well, all I'm saying is you have four of them. And
No. Show us the definition. You said by definition. Let's see it.
It has to be 90 because four.
See, it has to, right? So it's changed from by definition to now it has to be by assumption.
Yeah. Assumption.
Dogmatic model. That's it. That's all he's got. There is no definition of what he's talking about because angles and 90 degrees requires straight lines that are perpendicular to each other. You can't do it with a curve. That's what we're talking about. So remember, PT's made this video to make fun of me, while there's a guy called Flat Earth Mathematics saying that the definition of the diameter to the circumference is 90 degrees, which it's definitely not. It does have to be. He's right? It has to be. But in reality, it is. It's just perpendicular, horizontal, vertical. Simple. Here we go. Carry on again.
Four of them add up to 360, and the four angles are identical.
If you have a circle and diameter, so one
circle and a diameter, but it's 90 degrees. Where the diameter hits the circumference of the circle, it's 90 degrees. Paper. Can you imagine zooming in? Right? I mean, it's kind of
right. So you can see what he's done. This guy called PT. He's put a line down here, and he's put a point here. Now, this angle that's being formed here is from this point to this point to this point, and he's moving this point, right? And it's changing an angle as he moves. It changes, right? It's not 90 degrees, but it is changing in this drawing as he's doing it, right?
Yeah, obviously.
kind of a silly phrase, but you could do it using, any geometric software like what's that one? GeoGebra is a popular one. Okay.
Yeah, GeoGebra.
If you zoom in to where this curved line is hitting this straight line, and you zoom in and you keep zooming in, at some point,
I know,
it will appear to be two straight lines.
Yes. This is
okay. It will be indistinguishable.
Two
straight lines. Immediately next to the vertex. That's the only thing that matters. That's why Nathan keeps going on about celestial.
No, it's not, man.
You can't do celestial navigation because
sorry,
you can't
but
measure
angle
to a curve
is between lines, not points.
That is and again, don't take my word for it, but that is a geometric fact. You can absolutely measure angles.
It's a geometric fact, he says. That's gaslighting. No.
It is not gaslighting.
No,
look it up.
It's definitely gaslighting.
Oh my God.
Post it. Don't tell us to look for it. You post it right now.
Oh my goodness.
Post it.
Or show us method. how you measure
zooming in.
using ruler,
angle's
changing
changing.
angle all the time. How you measure angle?
Just draw tangents. That's not a problem. Just draw tangents.
That's a straight. Look, what's he talking about? Draw a tangent. This angle here is changing as he moves this, because the angle is between this point, and the point down at the bottom.
And by the way, PT, if he would be honest, he should draw a line between that point which he is moving to this intersection point.
Well, you can see that because there's an angle there, right? That's what it means, isn't it? There is a straight line from this point to this point. That's what this angle's depicted.
Yes, but it doesn't. It is not about this curve. This angle is.
It's just moving it. He's moving that point around on a curve and measuring the angle, and that angle is constantly changing. It's never going to hit 90 degrees. And as he's talking here, that's all he's doing. The PT is showing you a picture right now. What you have to watch out for is the fact that PT's showing you a picture of something, but if you understand what it is, it's a changing angle because he's moving it.
Yeah. So he's not measuring this angle.
No, he's not constantly changing. He's measuring all of the angles as he keeps moving it.
Yeah. Infinite number of angles, different from, and none of them is 90 degree.
Okay. And so far in this discussion of try-thinking and flat earth math, how much has try-thinking been talking to flat earth math about this?
Mostly me. And of course.
Are you
also
try-thinking, Paper?
No, I am paper organist.
So this seems like a really bad title for the actual video that PT's doing. So if, like Parallax says, PT's done this to make fun of me, then he's doing it dishonestly. He's not actually representing the thing, which if you're trying to make fun of somebody, you best make sure that the person that you're making fun of is the person that's actually doing it.
Yes, but I would say that he's not... okay, maybe in his own eyes, PT is making fun of me instead of you. But...
it's got my name on it.
Yes, I know.
It's got my name first on the thing. Try thinking and flat earth math. Not flat earth math and some other people discuss angles. No. This is try thinking.
But for me, the fun part is that I think that PT is making fun of himself because he's showing in this picture how you cannot measure angle to a curve. But okay, if it is funny for him, then okay. It's strange for me. He's showing how you cannot measure angle.
He's showing how he misrepresents arguments, right? Because the simple argument is that I stated you can't measure an angle to a curve. Which he's showing that he's not measuring an angle to a curve. He's measuring a different angle as he constantly moves the point, which is ridiculous. And he's not discussing angles with me, which is even more strange. Straight line.
Straight line.
Okay, then erase the tangent, but the angle's not going to change. And that's the whole point about the tiny protractor. If you zoom in, at some point, the curve will appear ruler straight. It'll be.
This is where you agree with him, Paper. The only 90-degree angle is between straight lines.
Yes, I agree.
The angle would change the moment you deviate away from that straight line. Just
Yes,
not
but
90.
yes, but he said that this line would appear. And I agreed. Yes, it would appear. This is appearance. This is what they do with this zooming to have apparent, let's say, assimilation of two lines. Apparent, not real. They are still different, and Peter is showing that, and these numbers are changing. So it shows that they are not the same, and they cannot be the same. Only appear. So this is just only a visual trick, and I agree with flat Earth math. Yes, apparently it may be seemingly the same, but only visually, not in geometry, not in mathematics, not in numbers. In numbers, it would be different till the point of intersection. Nothing changed. So I agree only in this visual part.
Okay, well, since it's my name here that somebody thinks that I'm the one discussing with flat Earth math, then I think it's okay for me to say that there would never be a 90 degree on the curve.
Yes, I state the same. He's talking about appearance, flat Earth math. He's not talking about 90 degree. He's talking about lines which appear to be the same.
Well, see, this is where I think we may differ, because a line is the shortest distance between 2 points, right? There doesn't ever need to be a line. Like PT's showing here. There is no line for his angle. Right? So when you say it could appear, PT hasn't even got a line there for you to think that might appear. Right? It's not there. It's a line. It doesn't exist.
But flat Earth math is talking about this curve, that it is seemingly overlapping this this straight line. And this is what I agree with him. Yes, in the picture we can see that this line seemingly is starting to overlap this straight line, because this line has thickness in the picture, so visually it is starting to overlap. And this is what he means by apparently, or he is using this word apparent. This is just visual trick, nothing more. In geometry, nothing changes. There are two different lines. One is curved, the second is straight line.
Again,
and
paper. I don't want to cut you off, but the point of this show tonight is misrepresenting, try thinking. And once again, right, you are not try thinking. That's me. So you stating your case, which is the one that is in the video, that's your case, right? That's not me. I'm not saying that what you say. That's what you say, not me.
Yes.
I'm not discussing this with Thingy, and I'm not having to justify what you say, because I didn't say it.
Yes, I agree. Yes. So he's just...
he's misrepresenting what the conversation that's going on. He's misrepresenting what you're saying. He's misrepresenting what I'm saying. Basically, PT's got a video here that he's purposely made to make fun of somebody by misrepresenting everything and trying to back up a load of ridiculous people that go by the names of flat earth mathematics to measure an angle to a curve. It's getting fucking ridiculous, right? And this has been going on for 4 years. We've watched it go on constantly. People come in, people go in, people misunderstanding arguments, people stating all sorts of different things. Yeah, I know, Lamal. Look, he's not disproving anything because what is there to disprove? There is no argument that has been made, right? In this whole thing. The case was, we said you can't measure an angle to a curve, and flat earth mathematics said, yes, you can. The angle between the circumference and the diameter is 90 degrees. He said that by definition. And we said, both of us said, no, the graph is the 90 degrees, not the angle to the curve. And as you can see here, this one here says 89.70 whatever. So he's not at 90 degrees and he's still going along this line. What's it got? He's got 60, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. So let's keep an eye on the numbers as he's going and as he's doing this to prove exactly what he's saying. We're not at 90 degrees.
Yes,
Indistinguishable from ruler straight, and it will still have an angle.
But we are not talking about visuals. We are talking about geometry and
Well,
mathematics.
yeah, but geometry has a very sound theoretical base. And so when you're talking about an angle, the only thing that matters is what is happening right at the vertex. It does not matter.
See, now here is what he says. The only thing that matters is what happens right at the vertex. Well, the vertex is one of the points.
Yeah. And
The one right at the corner. So there is no angle there. You need 3 points. This one, the vertex, and the other one in order to have the angle between. Flat Earth mathematics thinks the only thing that's important is right there at the vertex, where no angle can be measured.
No angle in vertex. There is no literally is no angle. So because to the curve is just different angle at each point, but at the vertex there is no angle.
Well, that's where he's saying the 90 degrees is at the vertex, which is
this is called
ridiculous.
utter nonsense.
Yeah. I don't know whether PT missed that one. Flat Earth mathematics saying that.
No matter what happens, an inch.
Oh, look at that. Godzilla. Thank you very much, Godzilla. He says, hi, everyone.
Away, a mile away, 3,000 miles away. It's only what happens right at the vertex, which is why in geometry you can zoom in and you're eventually going to find it's going to have a limit. It is going to stabilize at an angle.
See, at the vertex where there is no angle, it's going to stabilize. But as you can see, this angle's constantly changing.
Yeah.
Literally constantly changing. It's not going to stabilize anywhere.
So PT is rather disproving flat Earth math.
Yeah.
By showing these numbers, and he's trying to depict what flat Earth math is saying, disproving it automatically. So for me, this is fun part, but for me, not for him. He's not making fun, in fact, of you or of me, but he's making fun of flat Earth math, I think. And he doesn't realize that. This is fun part.
Yeah.
At a very specific angle. Like if you zoomed in where the diameter meets the circumference, that will be 90 degrees. Absolutely.
But
if you zoom in, it will be 90 degrees. Well, the axis of the graph are 90 degrees, you can see. And since this is the tangent point, the only place that this is ever going to be on this straight line is right here on the tangent point. And if this point here is right here on the tangent point, there is no angle to be measured.
Yes, and by the way, zooming is not method of measuring angles.
It's not a mathematical
Let's sort it out.
At all. It's not a geometric thing. And like we say, even even mathematically, geometrically. If you zoom in, the only point that this here will be on this actual grid line is here at the point of tangency, because that's where he's put his circle. He started his circle. And if you do put that there, no angle, it's just a point on the vertex. But it can't be a vertex. It stops being a vertex because it's only a vertex when it's part of an angle. There is no angle.
So this line is lying is only reduced to a point lying on a vertical line. So there are not two lines. There is only one line. So no angle. Okay, but I understand that. But still, it means that at this tiny distance between vertex and your chosen point, it will not tell you what is going on farther.
Yes, that's correct.
The curve. So
that's correct.
You are not,
that is absolutely correct.
So it means that if you have a curve, you have to assume that this angle will change.
No, the angle's not changing at all. The angle is only defined by what
Peter
happens.
is showing that
the angle's not changing, and it's constantly changing. Of all of this video, the entirety of this video, the angle is changing, whilst Flat Earth Mass says the angle's not changing.
So I have to thank Peter, yes, because he's just visualizing my argument. Thank you.
Yeah, you can see this angle here constantly changing. It is not 90 degrees, constantly changing. And what we at here, we're down to 0.5. So we're zooming in, GeoGebra. It's really zooming in.
It's next to the vertex.
So
that's a blind spot.
Wait
it
a
is
second.
definitely
No.
a blind spot.
He's saying that it's a blind spot, the fact that you think that this angle will be constantly changing, like Petey's showing. But it seems to be a blind spot for flat earth mathematics. He thinks this angle isn't changing. He thinks it's a constant 90.
Yeah, Peter is showing that it is not. Blind spot. This is inconsistency because you can have angle between any point on that curve.
I don't understand what you mean by an angle between any point.
Because from what you are saying, it means that you can have only angle between this tiny point near the vertex or whatever, but not further. And
well, no, I didn't say that you can't have an angle further. I'm just saying it is not defined by what's happening further.
It is.
If you have two straight lines paper, then the angle's not going to change. You have a big protractor, small protractor, it's not going to change.
Yeah. Yes.
But
so
if you have
angle.
a curve meeting a straight line, then the only thing that defines that angle is what is happening right at the vertex.
See, again, he's talking about the only thing that defines the angle is what's happening right at the vertex. And if that's what you're talking about, there is no vertex. It's disappeared. It becomes part of the monad. It's gone. Doesn't exist. We'll have a look at that again in a minute.
Doesn't involve curve anyway, because if we have this angle at this tiny point, just near the vertex, so if you want to keep the same angle, you have to prolong this line in straight. It cannot be curved because you will change the angle. So
like he's just
there
said.
Is no, yeah.
The angle always stays the same in the straight lines, like the perpendiculars of the graph. And Petey's showing us that the angle constantly changes when you have a curve there. I mean, look how many decimal places he's got. To an angle.
So great job. So Petey did great job proving my point here.
And that means that's where you have the joke of the tiny protractor. Ha ha ha. But that is not really a joke, because the only thing that defines that angle is what is happening right at that vertex.
Again, he says the only thing that matters about the angle is what's happening right at the vertex. Well, there is no angle if you're at the vertex with your point. If you bring both of your points to the vertex, that's all you've got is a point. There's no angle to be measured.
Absolutely. So even it doesn't matter if this line is curved or straight, because there is no line here.
Yeah. Yeah, PT's showing you that the angle constantly changes, and even when you're zooming in, what's he at now? 0.01 here.
Yeah,
0.02.
Yes, we can see these red numbers
earlier.
changing.
Not inches away or feet away. In fact, it doesn't matter what happens inches away or feet away. The only thing that matters is at that vertex. And in the example of a diameter meeting a circumference, it will be 90 degrees exactly.
I understand, but this you are talking about this very short straight line between your vertex and this point of your choice, but still it is measured as straight line, because you are, as you said, that you are zooming in,
right?
Until
You zoom into
a straight line, so you are using a seemingly straight line. Anyway.
Yes. Yes, and it's it's indistinguishable from the tangent at that.
Yes,
it's another
indistinguishable from the tangent, even though we're here at 0.001 and it's not 90 degrees. It's definitely distinguishable from this axis of the graph because it's not 90 degrees.
So notion again. I agreed again with him with this seemingly. I'm not agreeing with numbers and strict geometry, because he is using this word seemingly. Yes, seemingly, yes. Even on this graph, these lines seemingly are overlapping. But we know from geometry, because one of them is curve and one of them is straight line, they cannot be the same. Simple.
Yeah. And can we just again point out, because this title of this is Try Thinking and Flat Earth Math, Discuss Angles. You're not try thinking, are you?
I'm not. I'm paper organist.
So PT has completely mislabeled this video.
And by the way, when Flat Earth Math was on Blue Marble Science and Rumpus interjected with his objections, Flat Earth Math said politely to Rumpus, you don't help, or it doesn't help what you say. So, PT, I am saying now to you, it doesn't help Flat Earth Math. You didn't help him, really. You are just proving my point.
He did.
So he did.
He did. Yeah, we'll get round to that once we've got to go to the comments to see the real effect of what's going on here. Right, this conversation obviously carries on here, and we talk about this, and you're discussing the actual technical terms of it, but that's not what this video is about. Like they said, this isn't about that at all. Right, the geometry is sorted. We know you cannot have an angle to a curve. That was the initial statement. That was what we said, or that's what I said. And then now you're talking with Flat Earth Math, right? You're taking on the discussion where there is no discussion, really.
Yeah, this is obvious.
And so PT's now showing you that, but that's not why this video is being done, right? So carry on.
That's another point, paper.
I understand.
If you drew the tangent and then you zoomed in, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the tangent and the curve with a close enough zoom.
I understand.
Which means if it's, which means that if you erase the tangent, the line is still there, right? So the tangent is serving no purpose. That's why I say the tangent is optional. You could draw it if you'd like, And it may be helpful if you had a physical plastic protractor. Then you may have to draw a tangent
0.00
to measure the angle
But
with a
it
plastic
works
protractor
only on
on a
that
sheet of paper.
very. It works only on that very tiny distance.
Well,
It doesn't
but
work.
that's where the angle is defined. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
If
That's
you
where
are
the angle is defined. Is what's
okay,
happening
so
at the vertex.
if you have straight lines, so we have different angle, different meaning of angle. Because
No.
if you have straight line, you don't need to know length of these lines.
Right.
So you don't.
But zooming in on the
you
intersection
don't-
reveals the same thing. So it's a consistent definition. What
no,
is
it doesn't-
happening?
does
What
not-
is happening at the vertex? It's a consistent definition. Doesn't matter if it's two straight lines intersecting, a straight line with a curved line, or even two curved lines intersecting.
Yes, I
The
know.
only
yes.
thing that defines the measurement of that angle is what's happening at the vertex.
So you are just making two very tiny straight lines.
You could, if you zoomed in, and again, these straight lines could be considered the tangents.
So not point.
There you go. That's it.
So he's talking about point, but because of course this is completely impossible, I am going back to line. So I'm talking about lines, and he agrees on that. So he's I don't know what flat Earth math is trying to achieve here, because you cannot have angle at the vertex. So he is still using lines, curved lines, seemingly straight, but still curved. But this is not a point. This is not vertex. So completely nonsensical statements from flat Earth math. And thank you, Pete, for proving our point that we cannot measure angles to a curve. Thank you very much.
Okay, now, you see this video, it's got the flat Earth tag, right? This is PT's video. He's taken it from our video, right? Now, our video doesn't have flat Earth tag on it at all. There's no need for us to be doing that, apart from the fact that we're talking to a guy called Flat Earth Math. There's no flat Earth involved in this. It's just a mathematical discussion about an angle. Right? An angle that he says is between the diameter and the circumference. The angle that I say requires straight lines. And forget it's titled Try Thinking and Flat Earth Math Discuss Angles. Now, as you heard in that, there was no discussion with me involved in that. Apart from me trying to get him to give us the definition that he claimed there was. That's about it. Okay? Short bit from me. Definitely not me discussing that with Flat Earth Math at all. This one was pinned by PT. Phil Bell, the not professor. He says flirts have no concept of calculus and limits. What concept? And why is he talking about flirts? What's that got to do with this? Is he thinking flat Earth math is a flirt?
Or maybe pity, because if he tagged his video as flat Earth, maybe he is flat Earther.
Yeah, he's like that anyway. See what Petey said? Petey says, it's funny, if people didn't know which side was flat Earth math and which side was try thinking, the vast majority would get them mixed up. Laughing emoji. Right, well, try thinking wasn't even there. And yeah, that's what this is about. This video is about that confusion that these people are doing. Phil Bell says, well said. Right? You think you might get confused between me and flat Earth math. Why? because I asked him for a definition that he claimed that never supported with the words he said. It's dead easy to get us mixed up, isn't it?
No, for me, this is impossible because there were two sides of discussion, flat earth math and me and you. So me and you, it was one side, and flat earth math was the second part, the second side. So how can you confuse or mix two opponents of discussion? Which is just ridiculous.
This one here, so this is only 3 hours ago. So there is a specific rate of decline relative to the point where the tangent touches the circumference. So once you determine the point of tangency, you can then expect to measure the necessarily decline accordance to the radius value over distance away from that point. So no, flat earth math, your zooming point is not valid. Let's see how this goes. PT says, what do you know about math? Are you familiar with limits in calculus? Familiar sort of words, right? What flat earth math was describing was reducing the distance to the vertex until the gap becomes non-existent, i.e. no angle. I only zoomed in a small way. There was an infinite amount of zooming and edging ever closer left to do. Flat earth math said many times, the only angle thing that matters is what's happening at the vertex where there is no angle.
Yes, zero.
If you're really interested in the procedure, look for videos on calculus first principles. If you understood rise over run in school, then you'll understand this. I might do a video follow-up on this.
Great.
PT, rise over run at a limit where there is no rise. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
And at the point of the vertex, angle is zero. So if they want to measure a zero, so okay.
It says, do you disagree with what I said? This is the guy, the initial guy. Petey says, well, you misrepresented FEM's position. I'm not agreeing with the straw man. No, I thought I adequately explained. This is my reply, which you dodged, and I will continue to ignore. I will do a follow-up vid at some point.
Okay, but this guy replied previously. He was not talking about calculus. He was talking about that we cannot measure an angle because there is deviation between straight line and curved line. So PT is not answering his question, absolutely, as usually. So this is
Producers, I agree with your point, which you did explain well in your reply. I was off topic in what I said, but I was not incorrect. It was not a straw man, just a hasty comment that was out of place. Weird.
Weird, yes.
Yeah,
so
and then
he's retracting.
He's retracting his initial question. Then PT says, apologies if I did not understand your point, but FM was not wrong. He was just explaining the concept of limits. You could find the angle between a curve x squared and a line x with no circle or radius in sight using this method. The point at which they intersect will have a gradient or a slope. The difference between this and the slope of the line x will be the angle to the curve. The only thing that matters is what's happening at the vertex, not some distance away. Well, the beauty of an angle is that it can be measured at any distance. The angle is always the same.
Yeah.
That's in mathematics, that's an angle. In reality mathematics. That's what we're going to be doing. We're dealing with reality here. And 15 minutes ago, Petey says yes. Oh, Drew says, Petey, yes, I agree. He was correct. My comment was out of context entirely. So I removed the part where I said FAM was wrong. My bad. I should pay more attention to what is being said before I jump in next time. Towing the line for the dogmatic model. That's a
Yes,
quick turnaround, wasn't it? Well done.
So maybe in the first comment he was just honest, and now he's retracting and paying homage.
Yeah.
To flat Earth math, maybe, or
yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe he thought flat Earth math was the flat earther. Maybe he went around against him because of his name. Who knows? Right? Maybe I was too. It's another attack on FEM. Maybe I was too hasty thinking it was another attack on FEM. He's a good guy and does an excellent job of showing why flat Earth math doesn't add up. What?
Yeah.
Petey? Petey? Fem? He's a good guy and does an excellent job of showing why flat Earth math doesn't add up. He's called flat Earth math? That's him. What's he talking about?
Yes. Maybe that's this stage of mental issues. Yeah.
Petey. Flat Earth math, the guy, does not do any flat Earth math because it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as flat Earth math apart from the character on YouTube. On Discord, obviously, the guy that comes round. Mobius says, too bad there's a pesky protractor near the vertex showing the straight line to the blue dot that actually gives us the angle. Damn it. And Petey, again, he's defending flat Earth math, even though there's no such thing as flat Earth math, apart from the character. It's a bit like blue marble science. There's no such thing as blue marble science, apart from the character. But there are presumed to be people that think flat Earth mathematics is real. It's not. Same as blue marble science. There is no science of the blue marble. PT says, I'm not sure I understand your point, but the angle formed when the straight line cuts the curve can be calculated easily enough. You can find the gradient function of the curve by the process of differentiation. Mobius, I'm talking about the direct line, aka straight line from the vertex to the blue dot on the curve path that gives us the actual angle measurement, illustrated by the protractor at the vertex. Pretty easy to see the angle is defined by the straight line, so I'm not sure why people argue with the obvious. Mobius, and by the way, it would be the two radii extending outward that define the angle. Surely no one here is saying radii aren't straight lines.
Yes, and this is what the angle is.
Yeah.
Radii from the center, so straight lines.
PT says the point Charles was making, that if you continue to zoom into the vertex, the curve becomes indistinguishable from a straight line. He was right, wasn't he? You want to read Professor Bell's comment. I won't know why. He wasn't right. He's like, if he's talking about at the vertex, there is no angle at the vertex. That's fucking ridiculous. Mobius, the point Charles was trying to make is not only categorically wrong, but irrelevant. The angle is measurable. Any measurable difference from 90 degrees is a difference from 90 degrees and is illustrated, defined by two straight radial lines, QED. PT. It seems like you're struggling with the word indistinguishable and the concept of limits in calculus. The concept of limits in calculus. Tell me then, what is the measurable difference from 90 degrees when the difference from the vertex is the smallest imaginable unit away? The radius is irrelevant. You could have a line X crossing a curve X squared with no radius in sight and still calculate the angle between them. Paper was getting there at the end of this clip before his incredulity took over. The nutters are strong over at Try Thinking. Now, this is where we have to be careful, right? Try Thinking is this show, right? Everybody that talks in this show is not Try Thinking. and this is where Petey's going to go with this. He wants to label everything, even the stupid shit that Flat Earth Math comes around with and says. He wants to label that try thinking. Because Flat Earth Math was here as well as paper talking. So who's try thinking? If they're on the try thinking show, then they're both try thinking. If that's what Petey wants to do. Misrepresentation. All the time. And this is John says, when flirts finally admit you can find an angle to a curve, they'll just claim that it's proof that the earth is flat. What's that got to do with it?
Nothing, and of course...
Absolutely nothing.
And it is, by the way, provable that you cannot measure angle. It is impossible because it means that one angle has two or infinite number of values, which is impossible logically.
I'll say it again. The earth is not flat. I'm not a flat earther. I don't care what anybody else is, but me, try thinking, the person with the name try thinking, the one that has the YouTube channel, try thinking, not a flat earther. So this video is somebody who's took a clip from my video, misrepresenting who's talking, and now they're trying to link me to some fucking ridiculous thing where one of the guys is called Flat Earth Math. Not me. That's not me. I'm not the flat earther here. The guy with the flat earth tag is the flat earther. Petey's got a flat earth tag on his fucking video. And Petey says, exactly, they have no shame. Who has no shame? The people that are completely not to do with this, or Flat Earth Math has no shame. Sounds like it to me. Flat Earth Math and Petey have no shame because they're the ones that are saying you can measure an angle where there is no angle. Just like they did with the sextants. Who did what with sextants? Again, not me. They're not talking about me. So GeoGebra is controlled by NASA. No. Walter Bislin. Just for fun, I asked ChatGPT. Imagine doing that. Somebody asking ChatGPT. Says here, can we measure the angle between two intersected curved lines? Yes, you can measure the angle between two curved points at their point of intersection. There is no angle there at the point of intersection.
Yeah.
No
so you
angle.
can measure everything. You can measure everything but the angle.
Yeah. And then he's asking an angle with the sextant. Walter Bislin should try coming and sticking up for Jesse Kozlowski, showing us how Jesse Kozlowski measured his drop of level from horizontal. It's a bit more practical than doing this sort of stuff. But it goes to show, right? If Walter Bislin's supporting PT, well done. Well done. You might get a bit of credit there. Imagine that. A guy who makes up models and stating that you can measure angles between two curves. Once you draw straight lines there, but two curves at the angle where they join, there is no angle. The intersection point. You need 3 points and they make straight lines. Oh, look at this. They go into the angles and the slopes. I'm hoping Blue Marble Science will cover it in his upcoming stream. Wow. Nice. Angles. These knotheads don't have what it takes upstairs to ever get this. Remember, we're talking about Paper's discussion with flat Earth mathematics. And then somebody says, and this explains every flat earther. Again, where's the flat earthers? Flat Earth mathematics? It's
Maybe
not us. Paper, are you a flat earther?
No, I am not. I am village organist, but still, maybe he's talking about flat Earth math. Maybe he is flat Earth. I don't know.
Yeah. Another one here says, Bev, it the 2D cartoon trying to live in a 3D world. Hello? Completely nonsense statement, right?
He was trying to be funny.
Flirfs can't even get the internal angles of a triangle with sides 1, 1, 1. Flat Earth math, that's a trick question because such a triangle is impossible. You have to have a 90-degree angle. Literally.
So what?
That's flat Earth math to reply.
You can have. This is equilateral triangle. What he's talking about.
Because he's talking crazy, right? He's flat earther.
Yes, but flat Earth math, he says that this triangle is impossible. And he teaches geometry? Sorry?
Yeah. And then somebody else comes on and says, one, all existing angles on a flat Earth are right. Therefore, every triangle has 3 right angles. That's also confirmed by evidence. And 3 people have put thumbs up. 3 people. There we go. This is I'll put this in the chat, in the live chat, so people can actually see that this is the type of comment that gets posted on PT's videos. Ruhif, obviously. The number of times Paper Organist, ? Said, I understand, when he clearly didn't. Just wow.
I perfectly understood what Charles was talking about. So, and I disagreed with him.
Well, that's why this guy has made this video, right? So all of these comments can be posted because they're just a complete misrepresentation of everything that went on, both in the conversation and well, in general. Where the video came from, who was in the conversation, who's a flat earther, all of that sort of stuff. It's just complete. I'd say it's like bordering on slander because it's complete and utter misrepresentation. And John Smith says it's a flat earth thing. Ask them if they understand the atmospheric pressure gradient. They will answer yes. Then ask them a few more questions and they will prove beyond a doubt they don't understand it at all. Means nothing. A completely irrelevant statement said by somebody that's got nothing to do with the conversation that occurred or nothing to do with the video. It's shocking. Just because one person within the conversation has a flat earth name or it has a flat earth tag, they assume that everybody in the video, even the ones that have like a brief part on the show, that's it. Somebody says lines are only drawn to visualize the angles for humans looking at it. Math doesn't look. It just exists. Good going, PT. Watching that little dot slide across was quite relaxing. Watching the angle change constantly.
Yes, absolutely. So it was relaxing for me also.
This guy says, that was a cute workaround. Cute. That was a cute workaround, says Trevor. This guy says, in my opinion, it's a red herring created so that flat earth math doesn't get the chance to ask inconvenient questions. Bevs tries to win an argument with wordplay and gotchas instead of showing evidence for his flat earth, just like every other flat earther. The earth's not flat. This guy, whoever this is, complete misrepresentation. I wasn't even in the conversation. I don't have a flat earth, and I don't see why I should show evidence for something that I don't have. In fact, I can show that it's not flat. I can prove it's not flat.
And we were talking about impossibility of measuring angle to a curve. That's what was the topic, not shape of the earth.
PT says here, yep, they won't even consider any evidence for a globe earth either. It's a no-go zone. Well, it is. It's a real globe. Everybody lives on the real globe. It's just reality. And when the kids who failed algebra, I decide they are running the AP calculus class. Flat Earth Math says, it's so funny for the geometry teacher, brackets, me. Flat Earth Math, this guy. Me, the geometry teacher. He's claiming to be a geometry teacher. To get schooled on a regular basis by the Try-Thinking crew. It is so funny for the geometry teacher, me, to get schooled on a regular basis by the Try-Thinking crew.
I would say that this is not funny. This is sad.
He can literally say to them that he gets schooled by us. He can say that. And say it's funny. It is so funny for the geometry teacher, me, this is Flat Earth Math, to get schooled on a regular basis by the Try-Thinking crew. That's funny for him. And then this guy here says, probably because they're idiots. Well, it's probably that they're idiots that they can school the geometry teacher on a regular basis by the Try-Thinking crew. That's everybody here schooling this man that claims to be a geometry teacher. And he admits it. He thinks it's funny. Somebody says, it makes you wonder how the statistics would look like the whole lot was asked. What is the highest math class you got a B in? Just passing with a C doesn't inspire confidence. They actually understood the material.
How does it matter? Passing a C. I didn't pass a C. And I even don't know what C is in American or in British school system. So it's just nonsense.
Yeah. Stringer News says, Bev sounds really pissy. Good job. He clipped it. He clipped the thing. And I think the bit I was asking for was when the guy called Flat Earth Math was saying there was a definition of an angle between the diameter and the circumference. And I just asked him for it because that's all they do. They state things, but never show them. So once again, I got pissy because he was claiming something, but never showed it. And they think that's a good job. Good job. This guy says, you said definition. Show us the definition. Oh no. Does Bev not know there is more than one definition for the word definition? How does he not know that? It's his favorite word.
No, this is mathematical definition. This is not definition for the word. Mathematical definition of curved or angle to the circumference. There is no definition of that.
Flat Earth Math says, epic. My one quibble is I'm much taller in person than I appear on Discord. Petey says, great job. I reckon you converted paper for a short while there in the end. Then his nutter kicked in. Somebody says, seriously, you suffered those morons for 5 hours. You're a better man than I. And Flat Earth Math says that it's how I decompress after teaching teenagers all a week, because I don't drink. Yeah, Bev is, you know, like these sort of things. This is why this guy's made this video, because these sort of comments don't come on our videos because we get rid of them. There's no need of it. All of these trolls are the people that we've got rid of, the ones that have no input, no valid input at all. This guy says, the funniest thing with this not being able to get an angle from a curved line argument, which flat earthers haven't figured out, is that you would not be able to get angles east or west, as lines of latitude are circles on flat earth. As usual, they really haven't thought this through. I have. They're perpendicular. That's the thing. We've been saying that all along. I don't have an angle to a curve. Not a flat earther. I don't have east and west being circles. The same circle. I don't have that. So again, obviously not a flat earther. Can't be a flat earther. Flurf claims never conflict because each one exists in a separate universe. Crazy mad people talking about, they're obsessed with this Flurf thing, and I don't know what's going on. Some sort of bigotry. This Vera, you know, when you're digging through rock bottom, when you pretend basic fundamental mathematics doesn't exist in order to avoid admitting there's nothing wrong with the globe. 17 replies. Put spherical geometry doesn't exist right next to geodetic surveying doesn't exist, and satellites and south celestial pole and reciprocal zenith angles and ha ha ha. It's not just that. For their claims they can't measure an angle next to a curve, or whatever they say to be reasonable, calculus, heck, basic geometry, tangents, must all be fake too. I mean, what's going on? What sort of non-arguments are these people doing and dealing with? It's fucking stupid.
He's putting this ridiculous conclusions, which are of course non sequitur, but to make people think that this is just inferring from, let's say, our statements. So, but we don't deny tangents, and tangents are not fake.
Well, we're not flat earthers.
Yeah.
Right, so the complete argument is completely irrelevant, and the moment you start to engage with this, you're defending flat earthers, right? You are admitting that you're part of this fucking ridiculous show that they're manufacturing.
No, I am not. I'm just referring to what he said, because he said that if we state that we cannot measure an angle to a curve, so therefore we deny calculus and basic geometry, like tangents. So this is non sequitur, just it. It has nothing to do with flat Earth. So he's putting us into bigger, let's say, box as deniers. So if we deny measuring angle to a curve, therefore we deny tangents. So this is non sequitur, and this is accusation by association.
This guy here, thanks for getting Bev so riled he was yelling into his mic. He's got one trick and it got tired a long time ago. So he's thanking Flat Earth Math for making ridiculous claims over and over and over again, because it gets people sort of annoyed that people just state ridiculous claims. And this guy's thanking him. So this type of behavior that Flat Earth Math does isn't going to stop, because there are people that thank him for it.
Yes, he has purpose to annoy people or to make them be being irritated. Yes, and I was also irritated while speaking to Flat Earth Math, but I know that this is his. This type of behavior is has a purpose to
that's his MO, people. Right? He wants to come here and do this for these people. He's putting on a show.
Maybe.
There's not that many people that can come and say as much stupid shit as Flat Earth Math does. That's what he's here for. Same as Matthew Learns that came round last night. There's very few people that can sit there and say ridiculous things for the cause, for their assumptions. But, hey, somebody's got to say it. If there was nobody saying it, then people might get to learn actual facts of reality. Walter Bislin, again, spams the I asked ChatGPT. I'm going to just ignore every one of those from now on. I asked ChatGPT to say what I wanted to say, and it did it. It said exactly what I wanted it to say, because that's what ChatGPT will do. Flat Earth Math says, excellent, just one problem. When you remove the tangents, the angle becomes unmeasurable and has no measurement. Yeah, if you remove one of the lines, you can't measure the angle.
Yeah.
Simple.
Tangent is a straight line, so you can measure, but with curve you cannot.
Somebody says, if tangents can't exist. I don't know who said that.
He's repeating, or she is repeating a statement about so this guy Sphera is saying that we think because he said that we denied tangents, but and now he is going on with that.
Yeah,
yes,
okay, all right. So if tangents can't exist, well, they do. Within mathematics, of course they do. They're fucking well defined.
Yes, but Sphera inferred in last comment that we deny that, and because we deny that, then and he is talking about how we deny and what are implications of our denial. So this is fantasy, just fantasy.
Tangent is an essential part of a curve.
Oh,
right.
Part of a curve.
Yeah.
Tangent.
If you have a curve, then you have a tangent to that curve. You can't remove or create tangent. You can only find it or pretend it doesn't exist. I mean, what sort of Like, what are we dealing with here?
How a mathematics teacher can say that tangent is part of a curve?
That's not a mathematics teacher. It's just some random person.
Okay.
He's edited
He's
it, but
replying
he's replying
to
to Bath,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Utter nonsense.
Flat Earth Math, he's replying, I disagree that the tangent is an essential part of the curve. You could argue that there's one unique tangent, and you can argue that there's great utility in finding the tangent. And you can argue the tangent matches the slope of the curve. All three are true. I bet he couldn't argue any of those, because there is no arguments, really. I'd like to see him try, anyway. They can argue that there's great utility in finding the tangent. But the tangent isn't there until you draw it. Same, like, what's... Same 3 goes for a normal to the curve. Perpendicular to the tangent. Important, yes, but essential, no. Like, what? I'll read that again, right? This is a mathematics, supposedly, calls himself a geometry teacher. He says, I disagree that the tangent is an essential part to the curve. You could argue there's one unique tangent, and you can argue that there's great utility in finding the tangent. And you can argue the tangent matches the slope of the curve. All 3 are true. But the tangent isn't there until you draw it. Same 3 goes for a normal to the curve, perpendicular to the tangent. Important, yes, but essential, no. Smiley face.
So he is same 3. It means all 3 are true. So same 3 are the same 3 which are true in previous statements. But he is in last sentence, this important, yes, but essential, no, is referring to his first sentence. So he disagrees that tangent is an essential part of a curve, but he is stating now that it's not essential, but important part. But he is saying in that way that someone could think that he is not talking about tangent as part, but he is. Look at first sentence and last sentence. In first sentence, he's saying that tangent is not essential part. He disagrees. And in last sentence, he says it is important part, of course, because he was talking about part. So yes, a flat earth math is talking about tangent being part of a curve. This is how sophists write things.
Well, we get a little glimpse inside the minds of these people. This conversation continues. It says, do you believe that the moon doesn't exist when you don't see it? When you draw tangent, you just visualize it. You do not create it. Do not forget that we are talking about mathematical constructs, not physical objects. In mathematical realm, uniqueness defines existence. If there is no tangent, then you can't draw it in the first place. Modern mathematics. Hey, the discussions of people having a dialectic about modern mathematics in a text chat on a video that's misrepresenting just about everything. Flat earth math, like that, whatever that is, right? Whatever that is, whatever that was meant to be doing. Flat Earth Math says, I agree with everything you wrote. The stuff that's completely nonsensical. The part I disagreed with earlier, and it may just be semantics, was your assertion that a tangent is an essential part of a curve. It is perpendicular also an essential part.
Oh, gibberish.
And then it continues. Well, maybe essential is a wrong word I've chosen because of poor vocabulary and bad English in general. I mean that if you have a curve, then you must have a tangent to that curve at a given point. They are bonded, kind of like electric field to magnetic field in Maxwell's laws. P.S. Actually, I've looked up the definition of a curve and understood that I should be talking only about smooth curves, not curves in general.
Oh, okay, so he's enlightened now.
Yeah, he was talking about the wrong types of curves for the tangents to be non-existent or whatever. I don't know what he was talking about. Sphera says, I don't know if I quite agree with that. Curves, brackets, linear or some smooth function. I'm no mathematician, so I just imagine I've described the appropriate constraints here. Will have a slope associated at every point.
I am no mathematician.
Yeah, I'm no mathematician, so just imagine I've described the appropriate constraints here. This is a dialectic between monad and model obsessed people. They're still trying to work out this model. These guys, they're still trying to iron out it all. It's not like the slope emerges after you've drawn the tangent at that point, measured its rise, run, after which you assign the same slope to the point. The slope was already that value. The tangent is just a convenient mathematical tool. The tangent's the tangent, right?
So he can distinguish between tangent line and slope. So tangent would be not a slope. Okay. So, but
well, the tangent, once you plot the circle, right, on a graph, this is what it relies upon. You have to have the circle plotted on a graph, because then you can have the tangent being a line. And you can give that line a numerical value with rise over run. The traditional vertical horizontal. Right? So you can make that line and give it a value of a slope. But the thing is, they then want to relate that slope of that line to the point it touches. To the point. They want to give the point the slope of the line.
Yeah. Yes, I know. They want to do that. This is just this is even beyond imaginometry, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe this will be part of imaginometry. I know. Who knows?
And I don't know what this is here. It says, I think my snark became self-aware and escaped the lab. What's that? I don't know what that means, but it says I'll be in the corner wearing my cone hat. I take it that's a dunce hat. I think he's just been told off. Is that what that means? I think my snark became self-aware and escaped the lab. Is that a code? But you've just fucked up and said something really stupid.
Maybe because it doesn't make any sense for me.
Yeah, and it says here, I'll be in the corner wearing my cone hat. Edit. Actually, this is a good indication that we're not all sheeple circle jerking bad ideas just because another person, bracket on my team, said it. Unlike a certain non-globe believing demographic that parrot, I would say good ideas and bad ideas, but they've yet to output the former, so it's all bad ideas whenever their gurus tell them. I don't know what that means. This comment here. Bev is so flat he denies any and all curves. That's a blatant lie. But hey, that's what these guys do. Don't worry about it. There are curves, right? We definitely know there are curves. Nobody denies curves. Sean Hawkins says geometry is gaslighting to a lying fraud.
So this is just Sean Hawkins. Okay.
Farmer's
Don't
Boy.
need.
Farmer's Boy says, great to hear Bev starting to lose it as paper shows he has a better grasp than Bev. Poor Bev.
Oh, so he's trying to make, let's say, conflict between you and me.
It's a farmer's boy.
Yeah,
What farmer's boys do.
Yeah, yes, he's doing his job. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And again, I have to point out, it's got 14 thumbs up, that comment. 14 from Farmer's Boy. If flat earthers think a straight line and a curve cannot form an angle whilst also holding the position that the equator is a circle with a radius of North Pole, ask them what the angle does a line of longitude intersect the equator. Again, why are we bothered about what flat earthers? You'll have to ask a flat earther what flat earthers think. I'm not a flat earther. Whoever that is. Nonsense. In my opinion, the idea of a curve can indeed have a legit slope at a given point is one of the most useful concepts like ever, for fuck's sake. They have calculus for dummies, but for flatties, no way. I've always wondered, why do they keep going to calculus when we're talking about geometry? What's the idea of that?
Well, geometry describes reality.
Yeah, but what's calculus got to do with it?
Well, it doesn't describe reality. It's just a mathematical thing. I'm saying that's why they choose that in place of geometry, because if they were to talk about geometry, which describes reality, they wouldn't be able to, put an argument for it. Not that they do anyway, but.
And by the way, in geometry, you cannot measure, using geometry, you cannot measure angle to a curve. But they are trying to convince people that this calculus can do that, can do impossible thing. And the way that flat earth math is explaining it, he shows that this is only a trick. So they are not measuring angle to a curve using calculus. That's my point. They are just cheating. It's not true. They don't measure angle to a curve. Absolutely not.
You've got flat earth math stating, unfortunately, calculus doesn't exist, just like spherical geometry. Lol. He's laughing at laughing in their faces. That's what happens when you call yourself flat earth math. You can literally laugh at globers and tell them things, and they'll laugh along with you. Unreal. Look, he's laughing as well. Unreal. Mr. Otto Pants says, wow, Bev got really mad. No, I didn't. That's not mad. That's what happens when somebody keeps making claims that they never back. It's just, I call them liars, really. People just keep making claims and never back them up, and they're fantastic claims. At some point, you're going to get annoyed with them. Not mad. Let's have a look what else it says. Flat Earth Math says, in all of the conversations I've had with Beth, this is the angriest he's gotten. I might be brushing up against his cognitive dissonance boundary, which is quite painful, I'm told. Flat Earth mathematics. Oh, and then here we go. They're all getting into this stuff now. It's good. Or he's afraid you were making too much sense to his Bevites, who, he may fear, might be bright enough to connect the dots you were making. I'm fairly certain a strong motivator of his behaviour is the accolades and recognition, brackets, ego boost, he receives from being the geometry/logistician flat earther. Not a flat earther, complete misrepresentation. Oops, flat earther who claims he's not a flat earther because the surface has topography, which has never been the point of the label. Misrepresentation. That's all these people ever do. People can see it. Not these people, they can't see it because that's how they live their life. Bigoted, straw man argument making, they do whatever. Might be bright enough to connect the dots you were making. I wouldn't bet on it. There are limits and limits. I see what you did there, said Flat Earth Math. I wouldn't count on them arriving at, oh, Earth is a globe. The real globe, for fuck's sake. But I'm not so skeptical of their competency, and I dismiss their ability to connect XYZ explanation. Doesn't sound ridiculous, and if they know what they're talking about, maybe I'm missing a few links. In my opinion, this would be a huge step for any flat earther or conspiracy theorists, of which I haven't got a clue. There is a massive conspiracy coming about perpendicular, about horizontals not existing in reality. Only a point, apparently. I mean, that's a conspiracy if you've ever heard a conspiracy. If they can recognize all of these trivial errors or this doesn't work, they come up with what must be explanations, because there's no way society at large could possibly miss such blatant holes in the massive mainstream narrative. Don't know what they're talking about. I live in reality. These people are trying to label me with a label that I'm just not. I am not a flat earther. I live in reality. I've got proofs of reality. I know mathematics in reality. I know Euclidean geometry is the geometry that we use in reality. So I'm not too sure what these people are doing. They're just misrepresenting, and that's the entire purpose of this video, of which I must have said about 5 or 6 words in it. Yet he's labelled it a discussion of me and flat earth math. And now all of these comments are all about flat earthers, of which neither me nor Paper, that's what Paper says, is not a flat earther.
Yes, I am village organist. But if someone wants to say that I am flat earther, I will not argue with him, because it is completely pointless to argue with a label. So, okay. Someone
Rumpus is
wants...
saying there, look, if how to deal with the slope of a line. Oh, somebody took that away. Yep. Flat earther like Bev. Well, I'm not a flat earther, so stop doing it. Just gone. From now on, Rumpus, any mention of flat earth, you're gone. And that goes for everybody, please. I don't want to end up with flat earth tags on my fucking videos. I've spent a long time getting rid of them. I don't want them coming back. That's why this guy's got flat earthers, because these guys keep typing flat earther, flat earther, flat earthers, flat earthers this, flat earthers that. Imagine how their heads would explode if you said to take the limit as the distance from the vertex approaches 0.
Approaches. The fact is that they are trying to measure from this 0 point. So this is problem. You cannot measure anything, or even you cannot calculate anything, because it is 0.
This last one is here. He says, show me the definition. It was shown to you in middle school. There is not a 90-degree angle between the diameter and the circumference. That's impossible.
Yes, and in school, in middle school, we didn't learn this definition. We have definition of an angle, and I've never heard about definition of an angle to a circumference.
A diameter to the circumference.
Yes, that this is diameter and circumference, and they create 90 degree. I never heard that.
It says, he was just looking for an excuse to ignore it. It has been shown to him. He just refuses to acknowledge it. It's never been shown at all. It's a complete figment of flat earth maths mind. There is no definition of an angle to a circumference. It doesn't exist. Who's this? Michael Damelson says, from Euclid in 300 BCE to Cauchy's book in 1821, tangents were not really a rigorous construct. If Bev only knows middle school maths, he is not entirely wrong in thinking tangents are a bit suspect. I don't know what he's talking about. Of course, that is easily remedied by reading the first few chapters of a basic calculus book. A tangent. You go to geometry if you want to know where a tangent is. Don't look in calculus.
And by the way, it is rigorous construct in Euclid, because he is talking in this proposition 16, I believe. Yes, in book 3, he's talking about tangent as perpendicular to a diameter. So it is rigorous construct in Euclid.
It says, why else do you think he's quoting sources that were made before the concept of a tangent was invented? No, Euclid. There is a tangent, but it's not called a tangent. It's just a straight line. And it says that no other line can be drawn that would not cut the circle. It's the same thing. The tangent was born from that very statement. Euclid, book 3, proposition 16. Look it up if you're struggling. It's definitely real. And that definitely came before anybody's idea of a tangent. It's just a straight line touching a circle at any point. So he says, why else do you think he's quoting sources that were made before the concept of a tangent line was invented? It's the pinnacle of cherry picking. As long as he has something he can quote that lets him deny that something he knows works, he can pretend it doesn't exist. Like, who's pretending it doesn't exist? Talk about straw manning.
Yeah, and Euclid definitely was talking about tangent line.
Mm-hmm. Were you talking about a tangent when you were talking to Flat Earth Math? Or were you talking about the angle to a curve?
No, I was talking about measuring an angle.
Mm-hmm. So when they're talking about this tangent that doesn't exist, who are they talking about?
I don't know.
Are they talking about me? Are they talking about you? Are they talking about Flat Earth Math? I mean, what are they talking about? Does it even seem like they're talking about the same thing that the video was on about?
I have no idea, but still the statement is false. Euclid evidently was talking about tangent line to, and it has to be perpendicular to diameter to touch only in one and not to intersect the circle. So that was his point.
He says the math concepts he rejected were invented by Isaac Newton. No, they weren't. Isaac Newton never invented an angle to a curve. He didn't do that. Isaac Newton did all of his stuff within Euclidean geometry. Nobody's talking about denying any of the concepts involved in any of this stuff, right? All we're saying is that you cannot measure an angle to a curve, and you can't measure an angle at the vertex because there is no angle to be measured at the vertex. You need 3 points. The vertex is one of those points. If you take away the other 2 points, you're left with just a point. It isn't even a vertex anymore.
Yeah, you need 3 points, so you can take away only one, and it's still you cannot create an angle.
He says the problem is the conspiracy mindset. I mean, I don't know who's developing a conspiracy here. Not me. These are the guys that are misrepresenting. They seem to be making a conspiracy where there is none. They're manufacturing something that doesn't exist. They're arguing against a fictitious straw man. And this is why this video was been put out by Pete. Right. Yes. See, now Rumpus is saying that I'm denying that. No, the question in the video was that you can have an angle from a diameter to the circumference. Are you saying, Rumpus, that that's what Newton did? Newton said that that angle to the circumference from the diameter is 90 degrees. Is that what you're saying, Rumpus? The definition of an angle between the diameter and the circumference was 90 degrees stated by Newton. Rumpus, is that what you're saying? Well, you'll probably ignore that now anyway, won't you? You just wait until I say something that you want to just misrepresent before you answer anything. So apparently, Rumpus, the Rumpus is stating that Newton laid down the definition of the angle between the diameter and the circumference as being 90 degrees. If you want to check it up, Newton did it. Rumpus said, That's what flat Earth mathematics was trying to do. That's what Rumpus is saying. Okay, so Newton did this fantastic new geometry. It's the pinnacle of cherry picking. Oh yes, I completely agree. What? The math concepts he rejected, it's definitely found in pre-calc. I was only commenting on the show me the definition demand, where I claim we didn't have a solid rigorous definition until Corky, but it's been 40 years since I was in middle school. Well, the Danish equivalent. Oh, Danish. It may have changed, but back then, rigorous infinitesimal limits using delta and epsilon were not taught until later. To clarify, the concept of tangent lines has existed at least since Euclid, but until Corky, there were serious gaps in the rigor of the definition. If you pull out Newton's work to describe the concept, it is fine, but to rigorously define it, you need to include Corky's work. Oh, well, there you go. Rumpus, it appears you're wrong.
Yes, so now he's like retracting. So the concept of tangent lines has existed, at least since Euclid. Okay.
Yeah. Rumpus saying yes, Newton did define the angle of the diameter to the circumference. That's what Rumpus says. So you can trust Rumpus that this impossibility was actually done by Newton. Just check it out with Rumpus. Don't worry about it. Rumpus will tell you you're right. There's loads of people. Spira says, I don't think such nuances, rigor, matter much to the Bevites. I mean, I'm sorry about these people. These people that are misrepresenting not only me, but they're misrepresenting everyone. Now, who's a Bevite? Is that people that are listening? People that come here? People that are talking about us? People that can't stop talking about us? Who is a Bevite? Who knows? Everyone here is an individual. But this group of people are going to keep on doing this forever. It's never going to end. They follow you everywhere. They only give the impression of adhering to specific definitions because they think those definitions suit their ends. Again, these are psychologists that can get into the minds of people that they assume. This is obviously, whoever this is, I don't know who it is, like, could be anyone. Could literally be anyone. But they're obviously obsessed with me, us, everyone here. Same as Rumpus. He has to come round and speak his bullshit. He can't go over and blue marble sciences and do anything like that. The man out of hand dismisses non-Euclidean geometry just so he can keep pretending the idea of the globe, brackets not even reality, just the idea alone, is ridiculous. I suspect if balls weren't so mundane in real life, they'd start to suggest spherical objects is ridiculous. Again, what are they talking about? They can't even formulate their own ideas. Never mind imagine what other people are thinking. That's probably why they think other people have lost their minds, because they're imagining other people in their own minds. They've only got their own reference to go off, and they have literally lost their minds. And they're trying to pass it on to other people.
Yeah, they want to create this non-Euclidean geometry to suit their ends, and now he is projecting, this guy, that we are using Euclid to suit our ends. So we are abusing Euclid. But we have, at least I haven't got any special ends while looking at Euclid and this geometrical principles. This is, for me, geometry is for my mind, for geometry itself. But so for me, there is no end, special end, some hidden purpose.
No. No, it's just how I like geometry because of the link to logic. The logical form is what gets me about geometry. It's how you can logically follow through the process from beginning to end and have an actual answer.
Yeah, so for me, it is, if I can read Euclid and I can understand proposition, all steps through logic to conclusion, then I have satisfaction that I can learn something new. And in that, let's say, world of shapes or quantities, measurable quantities like lines, etc. So we can create proofs in that world. That's, for me, it's interesting and gives satisfaction. So that's it.
Right now, this one looks like somebody who's been listening a lot. Sphera says, I don't think such nuances of rigor matter such to the Bevites. And he says, you're right. They often ask for definitions just so they can scan them for gotchas like, look, it contains an eye, so it assumes the globe. They are blind to the larger picture. No, we ask for definitions because it highlights the identity of the thing that we are going to be predicating upon. It's a logical understanding that we can come to the identity of the subject. That's why we ask for definitions, to make sure we are talking about the same thing. It's no good if we're predicating upon different things. It's not going to help the communication. So that's why we ask for definitions. Mike Jones says his $1,000 to charity remains unclaimed by Jesse Kozlowski. That's the truth. Jesse Kozlowski is not going to be coming back. So much so, they're handing out theodolites to the likes of Ruhif and random Australian guys. And they're going to go and measure angles or something. Maybe prove the globe with an angle. They've got a guy who does it already. Just measures angles and, it's his globe. And it's fantastic. If you want to know anything about it, you'll have to ask one of the angle measurers. We just deal with reality and elevation changes, the simple stuff. They do all of the advanced angle measuring stuff, along with Jesse Kozlowski. Right, so here we go. This looks like somebody's obviously been thinking about this quite a lot. He says, my reason for posting above is that frequently we globers are so blind to the larger picture. We learn things in school and often behave as if it is the full story because we aren't aware of things we could have learned in further education, e.g. the angles of a triangle always add up to 180 degrees. Whoa, pi radians. That only holds for Euclidean geometry. But there are other geometries where that doesn't hold at all. Really? Okay, even staying in Euclidean geometry, how many of us can prove that the angles always add up to 180? If someone asks us, but why? We should not be surprised if they are unwilling to accept "I was told in school" as a satisfactory answer. If we close our eyes to questioning where those answers come from, we are not much better than flat earthers. We might be right, but if we don't know why we are right, we are, in a sense, simply lucky that we have been told the truth. Knowing that was once considered the pinnacle of scientific thought doesn't live up to our current standards is a good thing. Again, listen to that. Knowing that what was once considered the pinnacle of scientific thought doesn't live up to our current standards is a good thing. It's a good thing. Really? Knowing
I don't think so.
that, well, knowing that a triangle has 180 degrees is a very good thing to know, right? Now, knowing that once was considered the pinnacle of scientific thought doesn't live up to our current standards, it's a good thing. If you want to go mad, then yeah, be my guest. I wouldn't say it's a good thing. It helps us put information and knowledge in the right perspective. Being able to reevaluate new information, being able to reevaluate our opinions and beliefs based on what new information makes us better at life in general. Not just science. It is called learning. And it is not confined to a school/lecture setting. I think this is the real difference between us globers and the flat earthers. Or at least it should be. It is not directly related to the shape of the earth. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is not.
It's got nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Right? And it's not a us and them thing either. I don't know. This guy's putting up a false dichotomy, I'd say, when it's got nothing to do with that.
And he's preaching just ideology. So, back in the day,
God.
Back in the day in Soviet Union, the government was trying to make Homo Sovieticus. It was called Homo Sovieticus. So, Soviet people. So he is talking about new modern people, like better, better species to obey this nonsense. So for me, I take that as ideological preaching.
He says, all that said, I am not demanding that everyone learns higher mathematics. I would like everyone to be aware that science is a work in progress. And what we know to be true today may be enhanced and put into a different perspective tomorrow. I feel like we should all find that exciting and interesting. His feelings. He feels for science, modern science, that could just change its ideas tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we will enhance. So making mistakes, it is enhancement for him. Okay.
That's the beauty of modern science. It's absolutely true until it's been proven that it isn't. And then the new thing is absolutely true within science until it gets proven that it wasn't true. That's the way modern science works. And that's what this guy's explaining here. The fundamentals of triangles having 180 degrees. Modern science might just decide to say, well, that was then. It's different now. At any point And it doesn't matter what you say, modern science could say it, and it bears no relation to actual. It's just modern science's new take on it. You might not be part of that.
Maybe this is evolution of triangles.
It's the evolution of science. But it's the evolution of honesty, right? These guys are misrepresenting just about everything they can. And even down to this understanding between this guy trying to set up a false dichotomy between globers and flat earthers, of which I'm not part of. I'm not part of that battle between the two different sides. I know that everybody's an individual. We deal with advanced simplicity within reality. We're not got anything to do with this battle that these guys are already doing. And Sphera says, I wouldn't say we are simply lucky we were told the truth. If you were a student at a good school, odds are during the teaching process you would have been shown why it is true and could in principle demonstrate it to yourself. Over the years, most of us who don't keep up with that subject topic eventually forgot. So now, if you ask me to prove why it works out to be 180 in Euclidean geometry, I might have to scratch my head and try to stumble my way through it. Assuming I do eventually remember / figure it out. The fact that we have not committed those specific proofs to memory, just the fact that we know it's verifiably correct is enough. No amount of flatty sea lining will unhinge that. Sphere is admitting that he hasn't got a clue why a triangle has to have 180 degrees. He's not... But he knows that he probably was taught it, but he's forgotten it. And he might have to stumble through, and he might remember it, he might not.
maybe he doesn't understand, because it is a proof for that triangles have to have this amount of degrees. So it is proved in Euclid. So.
Blue Marble saying that Jesse Kozlowski will not show his face for under $100,000 because obviously it's fucking ridiculous. He knows, Jesse Kozlowski knows how ridiculous it is. He sent Blue Marble in here to show everybody that Jesse Kozlowski would only do it for $100,000. That's how ridiculous a claim Blue Marble and Jesse Kozlowski know that they've made. They want to get paid big for making themselves the laughing stock of everything. Look at all of the heat they're going to be bringing down on themselves. Jesse Kozlowski cannot come and explain his method for doing this. Not for $100,000 either, Blue. And you're showing exactly how bad this is. It's a big show. Yeah. Terrified. It's like, how much would you want to get paid to fight Mike Tyson? Right? How much would you be willing to do? Because you know you're going to get fucking humiliated. And it's going to fucking hurt. That's what Blue Marble and Jesse Kozlowski are doing. For charity. For charity. That's bad, Blue. Bad, bad, bad. Nobody seems to know anything about this. There is no method, Blue. We know that. We know Jesse Kozlowski cannot come out because Jesse Kozlowski said some fucking stupid shit, right? That he cannot back up. So Jesse Kozlowski, the guy who's claimed the shadow giant, the one that everybody cites whenever they're citing anything, all of the pictures, you'll have seen them, the vertical plane angles, the ones that Matthew Learns told us yesterday, the impossible angles, the impossible more than 90-degree angles. That's what Blue Marble is saying, that Jesse Kozlowski is going to come and defend, but he'll only do it for $100,000. Let's admit it. Jesse Kozlowski just isn't coming back. This guy here says, he's quoting the other guy, right? The fact that we have not committed those specific proofs to memory, just the fact that we know it's verifiably correct is enough. Like level being horizontal, right? Most people, they don't actually have a proof because nobody's ever taught them the proof for level being horizontal. You have to go and find that for yourself. I see what you mean. And in daily life, for normal people, that seems true. The fact that we know is verifiably correct is what makes it a fact, so to say. I'd say if you can't recite the proof, then how do you know that you actually know it? I'd say you verifiably don't know it.
Yes, we only believe.
Yeah.
You can only believe.
You're just having faith, guys. You guys are agreeing here that you can call faith knowing. Well, it's not. It's not a knowing. Wow. It's when other people try to dispute those facts that knowing the actual proof, if talking about maths, becomes important too. Flat earthers do not find the concept of tangents itself offensive. It is the limitations that can be imposed on their worldview by using tangents that upsets them. I mean, what's this guy doing? This is a complete straw man. He's telling you that he does not know anything, and then he's passing that off and handing it to a group of people that don't exist. Putting it all on them. It's just projecting it onto this group of people. Blue, you have no argument. There's no argument for me to lose here, Blue, because you have not made an argument. It's shocking. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. We do not need to convey that feeling of having understood the proof, brackets, or evidence in the case of physics, not just the fact. What?
No, and by the way, in physics, there are proofs also, and because physical world is based on causation, so if you have, you can prove causation. So, as in logic, so logic perfectly fits physics in that way. So, but in modern science, of course, they are talking about evidence and not proofs, because in proofs in physics would be a causation, and they don't like it very much. Don't like it very much.
Well, I would say that I would every time I meet somebody who calls themselves a flat earther, I ask them, how do they deal with that contradiction? Right? I'm not trying to recruit people into flat earth. I think flat Earth is a ridiculous psyop that's been developed, right? Call that a conspiracy theory if you want, but the Earth is not flat. Verifiably, provably so. In reality as well. Like, I'm not living in a fantasy land, and I'm not trying to recruit anyone, because the Earth is not flat. That's the simple truth. He's saying here, if we want to change their mind or dissuade others from joining their ranks, we do need to convey that feeling of having understood the proof or evidence in case of physics. Do they think there's no proof in physics?
Yes, yes.
What?
In modern science, and in this false dichotomy between flat Earth and globe Earth, you can. That's why I was talking about back in the day, month ago or 2 months ago, about this debates, for example, on flatzoid platform between flat Earth, fight the flat Earth and flatzoid, and they both came to agreement that proofs are only in mathematics and not in science, because mathematics is not science in modern science. So, but in science, which is not mathematics, there are no proofs. This is what they agreed on, both flatzoid and fight the flat Earth. So this is new narration in this false dichotomy. Of course, I cannot agree with that, because this is just modern nonsense, new modern nonsense. But this guy is talking about that. This is new narrative.
Well, the fantasy's going along, because it says, the next one, it says, but that's just it. They're not interested in the proof. Who's not interested in the proof? You guys have just said that you can't remember it. Right? You don't need to know it. You just need to convey the feeling of it. We do need to convey that feeling of having understood the proof when they say that they can't really remember what they're talking about, whether there was a proof or not.
And by the way, when you have proof, you have no feeling. You have understanding, not feeling. Not feeling of understanding. You just have understanding.
Yeah. Right, and it says here, but that's just it. They are not interested in the proof. Now, if he's talking about the flat earthers that he's just strawmanned, right, then he's being a bigot by saying they're not interested in the proof. He's speaking of other people.
Yeah.
That's bigoted.
Yeah, dishonest, yeah.
The mere fact they identify some concept or phenomena ultimately impedes their paradigm is enough to wholesale dismiss the thing. Right, here we go. Look at this. Wow, look at this. Is what this video, right, was put out for. It's talking about the Bevites again. Right? Who's being a bigot here? But there is no such thing as a Bevite. There is me, Bev, try thinking. The one that wasn't really in the video that this guy, Petey, has misrepresented, right? The only other person from here, or, well, Flat Earth Math, he was in here. And then there was Paper. There was 3 people. I said about 6 words. Flat Earth Math and Paper were talking. Now, he's talking about the Bevites, right? That's everybody in this Discord server. This guy is a bigot, and he is misrepresenting everyone here with these words that he's going to do now. He's not making our arguments. He's not even stating our arguments. He's just being, well, I'd say this is a slanderous case of bigotry, outward bigotry from this man, whoever he is, just a nameless person. But look at all of the writing he's gone to do. He says, for example, the Bevites who dismiss spherical, brackets, and likely hyperbolic geometry, they imagine Euclidean geometry is this safe space that allows their fantasy to exist. Just reality, that's all. It doesn't, but they do like to imagine it does. Like brackets of shit. I mean, what's that mean? They imagine Euclidean geometry is this safe space that allows their fantasy to exist. Just reality, and reality is not fantasy. So, what sort of a straw man's this doing?
Yeah, because Euclidean geometry is, you can use Euclidean geometry to describe reality. So you cannot describe fantasy with the Euclidean geometry. So this is just nonsense what he's saying. But...
And I would like to say as well, I mean, everybody else that's in here, the way I read this, it says the Bevites. Would that include me? Or am I Bev? Try thinking.
I don't know. This is just labeling, so you don't know really.
Yeah, nobody knows who this group of people is. And should you feel that this guy's talking about you? Do you want to feel part of this thing that this guy's trying to do?
No, I am not Bevite.
No,
because I am person like you. So we are different persons, and I joined this this server because you were talking about logic, Aristotle, philosophy, geometry. So that's why I joined. And when people are talking about that, they are not creating some kind of herd. This is not a meeting of herd. This is just a meeting of people. So people are individual. And I'm glad that we can discuss here things and even disagree, because as normal people who can disagree on some things, discussing other things, coming to conclusion, etc., like normal people. So not Bevites, not flat earthers, not some kind of different names and labels. Sorry. So I am not part of a label.
There we go. Now this just shows to me there's a broken mind going on here, because this is a stream of there you go. Mike Jones comes with Blue. What's Jesse's charity? I'll consider 100,000. So Blue, there you go. If you're still listening, Jesse's? No way. I'd be honoured, Mike, but I'm not too sure that's what Blue was talking about. You want us to have be the recipients of Jesse's charity? That's phenomenal, Blue. Thank you very much. Yeah, that is, isn't it, Askin? Oh, I'll have to get a screenshot of that. Have you seen that, guys? What does Jesse... The question was, Blue, what would Jesse say? Not what would you say? Now, All right, not what you would prefer. What would Jesse's charity be? I don't know whether Jesse's still around. He might have transitioned into something else. Something Brenda-like, perhaps. Who knows? I think you're adding more weight into the could Mike Jones actually be Jesse Kozlowski thing. It's great.
Be right back in
Okay,
a few minutes.
And fantastic. Blue Marble Science. Right, so let me go through this and I'll try and do the brackets, right? They imagine Euclidean geometry is this safe space that allows their fantasy to exist. Brackets. It doesn't, but they like to imagine it does. Close brackets. And so embrace that, open brackets, or rather their Frankensteinian perversion, close brackets, who wholeheartedly, if round/ball objects weren't so common, I wouldn't put it past them to claim sphericity in itself is absurd in some convoluted way of trying to further discredit the globe. Could this be Dog? Sounds like a mental case, so it could well be. But I digress. Not everyone will remember specific proofs for concepts they understand to be verifiably true. Especially these days, one can merely suggest a quick Google and there's the whole shebang. In my opinion, the problem, bracket one of many, lies with the flatty who is not engaging in good faith. They are not trying to learn what is true, much less what you actually think. They want to live out of the fantasy of them showing the world they're not incompetent and ignorant social outcasts, that they have the true special knowledge. This sounds like an exploded mind. I'm sorry about this, but whoever this is, if you guys know who this is, you need to get this guy some help.
Psychological problems combined with projection, and very unhappy with people who tend to maybe disagree with this person on a whole myriad of things, I think. And then whoever this person is thinks that they can teach. So it's also combined with delusions of grandeur, which is very common in this arena. Yeah, it's good.
It's like backwards, isn't it? Like this whole thing. Yeah. Right, let me finish this off. Such folks are often too far gone, beyond the reach of education and well into the embrace of deep psych intervention. The folks that can actually be reached out are those that are at least still open to being taught, whether that's little Johnny struggling through math class right now or young adult Johnny who's a social outcast struggling to piece together how the world works. And then Michael says, I agree with everything you said. Wow. I agree with everything you said. You mentioned the folks that can actually be reached are those that are at least still open to be taught. In my first response to you, I did point out my reason for posting above is that frequently we Globers are also blind to the larger picture. As for the Bevites, brackets, nice word, I don't hope to convince them they are wrong. My train of thought is that follows. They want to make logical arguments for a flat earth. No. At least I'm not aware of anyone wanting to make logical arguments for a flat earth. In fact, I would say it's impossible to make a logical argument for a flat earth because a flat earth is already proven false. So you can't make a logical argument for that which has already been proven not true. So again, whoever this is, these minds are broken people. They're not dealing with the true people that they think they're dealing with. We are not flat earthers. You cannot make a logical argument in favor of the flat earth. Please stop misrepresenting us. We live in reality. The logical arguments we bring are arguments from reality, not flat earth arguments. Fuck's sake. Mathematics can be derived using pure logic. If mathematics shows them wrong, they would either agree they are wrong or immediately stop using logic at all. The ones claiming that mathematics is not the real world are more honest. They literally admit that they have no logical argument. What? Let me get
the
that.
projection is unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
I don't know who they're talking about, right? This is
They're talking about
obviously
themselves, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're talking about themselves. And they're the flat earthers.
If mathematics shows them wrong, they should either agree they are wrong or immediately stop using logic at all. Well, do we not come with logical arguments from mathematics? Is that not what we do?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And from logic itself based on Aristotle.
Yeah, and he does say the ones claiming that mathematics is not the real world are more honest. They literally admit they have no logical argument. Who are the ones that are claiming that you can't use mathematics in reality? It's not me. You can use mathematics in reality. So, of course, you can use logical arguments. I literally don't get that. They literally admit they have no logical argument. It's more honest to admit that you have no logical argument, according to this guy. They're just removing. You can see what's going on, right? We have actual arguments. Now, these arguments are undeniable. They're rock solid. They're the most strongest arguments you could ever give. They do not support flat earth. They're just arguments based in reality about the first concepts of our understanding reality and how we comprehend reality, how we deal and talk about, we predicate upon things. All of this comes to do with mathematics in reality. These guys are saying the ones claiming that mathematics is not the real world are more honest. And why are they more honest? Because they literally admit they have no logical argument. I definitely have logical arguments, right? That's how we go through life. Why would anybody want to give up logical arguments to say that mathematics isn't real? It's crazy. Wow. What's going on? So for them, it is purely a belief, one that requires denying a rational worldview. What? So where does that leave everybody else, right? If the ones that are more honest are the ones that claim that they don't have a logical argument, what does that leave people in reality with logical arguments? so wrapped up in confusion, all of these people. I can't even imagine where they're coming from, you know. It just seems so far removed. If you ask me, this is end time sort of stuff. If people can't work out what's going on in reality. It says that is more likely to deter the doubters from converting to flat earth. I'd say definitely it's not flat. There are mathematical proofs in reality that prove the earth is not flat. Right? So all of this, what he's talking about here, doesn't and cannot apply to us, while he's talking about for the Bevites. That's what this video's about. It's about misrepresentation. PT has allowed all of these conversations and all of this stuff on here to misrepresent what we do here through a video. Look at all of this. Comments going on and on and on. All of those comments there, misrepresentations of a video that I said about 6 words in, that's titled Try Thinking and Flat Earth Math, Discuss Angles. Absolute dishonesty from anyone and everyone concerned within that video that PT's made. So PT, you're dishonest. You've misrepresented us. Flat Earth Mathematics, you've also done exactly the same. Completely misrepresented an argument from mathematics about an angle to a curved line, circumference.
Yes. And this title is wrong because we were not discussing angles as angles. We were discussing measuring angle to a curve. So we had position, and we have position, that it is impossible to measure angle to a curve. So this title is misleading already.
Right, so did Blue come back with Jesse's charity? Or is it as though they can't talk to Jesse? Right, they can't ask Jesse anything. He's never going to give an answer. So let's just ask Mike Jones. He's the closest thing we've got to Jesse Kozlowski. Sounds exactly the same as him. He might as well be Jesse Kozlowski. Jesse Kozlowski could come back as Mike Jones. Imagine that. Imagine if Jesse Kozlowski was actually Mike Jones. Just in like a reincarnation, maybe. Maybe a transformation. He's trans. Yeah. If Jesse is Mike, then Mike is Jesse. They're just names anyway, aren't they? I mean, could Jesse Kozlowski be a made-up name in the first place? I mean, may or may not be Jesse. You never know. But it's pretty clear, isn't it, that if Jesse's not going to offer up a charity to be given £100,000, then is Jesse Kozlowski even real? Is he around anymore? I know everybody claims to talk to Jesse Kozlowski, but I mean, do they really? We've only got Flat Earth Mathematics' thing that he actually had a dinner, a romantic meal for 2. Flat Earth Mathematics and Jesse Kozlowski, the man that's never around, that won't come back. The only man with the method for measuring level diverting from horizontal. I think he said it went up. It rose up above it. But I mean, we don't know. Could have just moved to the side a bit. Probably. I mean, who knows? So there's only Jesse Kozlowski that said it. A lot of people, other people have said it, like Blue Marble Science has backed up Jesse Kozlowski because Jesse Kozlowski's the great shadow giant. But I mean, I'm guessing he's no longer around. Complete remake. He could even have put a dress on. We never know. You never know what sort of a transformation can occur when somebody completely changes their internet character. It appears Jesse Kozlowski has said some really stupid shit, and then he knows that there is no possible way he can back up the things that he said. So, and I think all of these other guys, you know, the White Knights, for this, they know that. They know Jesse Kozlowski cannot come back and state his method for measuring this drop of the level from the horizontal, the measured drop of the level from horizontal. Do you want to see the clip? I think it... you can measure this. I did this quite a bit ago, so...
You can measure this. The level surface drops away, drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. You can measure this. Oh, yeah, it's measurable. The level surface. You can measure this. Have you tried measuring this? Oh, yeah, it's measurable. The level surface drops away, drops down. Oh, yeah, it's measurable. From the horizontal plane, drops away, drops down. Have you tried measuring this? You can measure this. Oh, yeah, it's measurable. You can measure this. Have you tried measuring this? I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
I'm saying, personally, I believe the things that you teach your child, your autistic child, is psychological child abuse.
Like that water is level?
No, you teach your child that level is a horizontal plane, which is not true.
Yes,
and the implication of that is that you are teaching your child the earth is flat.
I've never taught my child that the earth's flat. That'd be fucking ridiculous. It's not flat. I've taught my son how to tell that the earth is not flat. Which is a lot more than a lot of people, other people I can say. I have a proof that it's not flat that I've taught my son. And Jesse Kozlowski says, have you tried measuring this? That level drops away from horizontal. Have you? Because I have. Me and Spot On definitely did it. So the question is to everyone else there, from that guy, Jesse Kozlowski. He says that level drops away from horizontal. And then he says, have you tried measuring this? How many people can answer that? Yes, I have tried measuring this. How many? Because Jesse Kozlowski isn't going to come back and give a method. He's not going to come back and help anybody out. He's not going to show Blue Marble what method they should be using for trying to measure that level drops away from horizontal. Because nobody's got a method. Apart from us, we've got a realizing Euclid test about a straight line. Shared straight line segment and a straight line lying within a plane and not no part without the plane. entirely within the plane. That's how we're realizing Euclid test. Ours. We've already done it. We can do it again. The method is easy for anybody else to replicate. We can show the method. We can. Jesse Kozlowski won't come back and show his method for what he claims. It's just hearsay. Just a guy that's too scared to come back. That was his voice that you've just heard. There's another chat there. If Jesse sounds like Mike, and if Jesse agrees to the 100k charity, then Jesse is Mike. QED. But the deal was that Jesse would have to come here to show his method, to talk about his claims that he said there in that one and only meeting that me, Bev, Try Thinking, had a chat with Jesse Kozlowski. He was excited. He sounded like he was ecstatic that our first meeting would be the last. He seemed happy to say those words, that level drops away from horizontal. That's the end of his run. He's gone. Never to come back. Never to return. And now they're getting Australians handing out theodolites for people to replicate what Jesse Kozlowski did. Just random people. They don't even need any surveying experience. That just goes to show you what Jesse Kozlowski did. It's Wazowski, not Wiz. I think it's Wazowski. But that'll do. Near enough. You'd have to be Mike Jazowski. Or Mike Johnzowski. We know, right? We know that Jesse Kozlowski's not going to come back. That character has served its purpose and he's just gone. Just gone. Don't even think Brenda's going to come back, to be honest. Alien. Yeah, if you could send Belu over to do the tilt thing, then you never know. It's just basically, it's just a big trick that's been played on everyone, isn't it? Within the arena that we're in, all right, people play games and they say things about other people, and it's a backwards and forwards trend because it's a mutual thing, because they have benefit off each other, but we're not part of that. Never have been. And you can tell we're not part of that because we're outcasts on both sides. Outcasts to the fantasists. And all we want to do is be in reality, to converse about reality, to find proofs within reality. There's certain groups of people want to fantasy arguments. They want people shouting at each other. They want drama. Well, there's plenty of drama around here with people misrepresenting stuff. And you're always having to fight against somebody who's misrepresenting what you say. I guess that's the modern life sort of thing. You have to learn, right, to be not bothered about these people. So the misrepresentation is and will continue. There has to be a point where you have to realize that this fantasy that these people are dealing with, this name calling, this bigotry, it needs rising above. I mean, they're only doing it because they're struggling to keep their reality real to themselves. I don't know why you'd want to see what I've got, Blue. You shouldn't put that much importance in what people on the internet say, Blue. And that should go for yourself too. Why would you want a citation from me, Blue? We're waiting for you to get the charity from Jesse Kozlowski. We're waiting to see what charity. Why do you need to see that level is horizontal? Do you want me to? What dictionary do? Blue. I'll find you a citation within a dictionary. Merriam-Webster, you like that, don't you? Level 1 of 3. Device for establishing a horizontal line or plane by means of a bubble in a liquid. Number 3, a horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Water seeks its own level. That level being an equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Can you see that, Blue? Citation.
So horizontal is equal altitude.
Mm-hmm.
So not level itself, but so we know that level is equal altitude or elevation because horizontal is equal elevation.
Yeah. We just link the two together. They're equal. Blue. There's plenty of them. I mean, you can look for yourself. I don't know why you want a citation from me about it. It's there. You want it in a book marked by and wrote by Tom Jones or something like that. Like, anyone can do this, Blue. Level is horizontal. Provably so. You keep asking for stuff that I don't know why. Go to entry 3. That one there. Horizontal condition. Especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Water seeks its own level. Entry number 3. Horizontal condition. Especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Water seeks its own level. That's number 3, Blue. Everyone's amazed at that sort of fact. And nobody had to go to Wiki and change the pictures or anything. Like, that's just within the dictionary. It's not just in that dictionary. It's in lots of dictionaries. This one here, J-Rose put, The difference in elevation between 2 points is the vertical distance between the two level surfaces in which the points lie. A horizontal line is a line in surveying taken as a straight. Yeah, come on, bring it on, Blue. Let's have a go. It's 3. Yeah, it's 3. Number 3. It says it there. 1, 2, 3. And number 3, horizontal condition. Especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Water seeks its own level. Like a water level has an equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Blue. Number 3. I think we've gone over 3 enough, haven't we, Blue? Are we had enough 3s? That's number 3. 3 of the 1. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's what, yeah, that's what Kenny brought us. That bit there. The difference in elevation between 2 points is the vertical distance between the two level surfaces in which the points lie. I've not been talking shit about Blue. I think Blue's been doing it himself. Wrong 3. Look, I'll go here. Look, 3. It says, a horizontal condition. I'll say it again, Blue. Number 3, horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Water seeks its own level. That's it, Blue. Number 3, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. And this is, it calls it a horizontal condition. The water level is called a horizontal condition. Is that what you want to keep pointing out to everyone, Blue? Number 3. Horizontal condition. That's handy, Blue. I keep saying it. Number 3, let's keep going over it. Number 3 for Blue. Have you got Jesse's charity of choice? It's no good just saying let Mike do it unless you think Jesse is Mike also. You do not think that Jesse is Mike Jones, do you? We did have our suspicions for quite a while. But are you're not passing off the Mike Jones and Jesse Kozlowski likeness type thing? We say to you, can you go and ask Jesse? And you say, just ask Mike. Yes. Yes, the liquid parts of the Earth's surface, Blue, I'll keep going back to it here. Water, because that's the liquid parts of the Earth's surface is water, right? Okay, so water, a water level. Water seeks its own level. Described here in number 3 as a horizontal condition. And it says, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Now, as we know, a water level establishes an even altitude with either point neither being higher nor lower than the other. That's number 3. So the liquid parts of the Earth's surface is water, and water seeks its own level, and a water level being described as a horizontal condition, Blue. Especially the equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. It's describing a water level, the tool, the level. Not just the level of the water. It's talking about the tools, the definitions of levels. This one here is a bubble level, and this one's the process of leveling, a measurement of the difference of altitude of 2 points by means of a level. That's the process of leveling. And this number 3 here is talking about the water level. And then number 4 again, back into the surveying, an approximately horizontal line or surface taken as an index of altitude. Charts were arranged at eye level. Approximately horizontal line or surface taken as an index of altitude. I'm not lying, Blue, it's there. Number 3, a horizontal condition. But why is Blue Marble Science say I'm lying? Does anybody else think I'm lying when I'm saying this? From reading out from a dictionary for number 3, the horizontal condition of the fluid marked by a horizontal surface. Well, who's got what?
It is not lying. Reading the dictionary is not a lying.
Blue Marble's talking about the curvature. Oh, curvature. See, there's no curvature to a horizontal, Blue. The liquid parts of the Earth's surface is water, surely. Please, yes. There you go. Thank you very much, Jero. Please elaborate, Blue. What's the... Why is 3 the horizontal condition? A lie. It's in the dictionary. Dictionaries don't lie. Yes, the liquid parts of the Earth's surface, is that water, Blue? Are the liquid parts of the Earth's surface water? Or is there some other fluid that you would like to part? I get so fucking old talking to Blue Marble in this chat. Go away, Blue. Stop trying to make a video for yourself, Blue. If you don't know what number 3 is and what horizontal is and what water is, then make yourself a video. Go on, be off. Done it. Over. Oh, look at that. You've got a picture in a book. You think he's meaning we should have gone from 1? Right, okay. A device for establishing a horizontal line or plane by means of a bubble in a liquid that shows the adjustment to the horizontal by moving to the center of a slightly bowed glass tube. I would say that's a spirit level. So a spirit level makes a horizontal by movement to the center of a slightly bowed glass tube. So you know when the tool is horizontal because the bubble is within the center of the level, the bubble level, spirit level. Okay. Number 2. A measurement of the difference of altitude of 2 points by means of a level. No, so that's using a tool, a level, to measure the difference of altitude of 2 points by means of a level. So that's like an auto level where you get a measuring rod and then you measure the difference. It's differential leveling, basically. You measure that vertical difference between the two levels. And number 3, obviously, like we've said before, a horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. So that, to me, that one is the water level. Like, water seeks its own level. So the tool, because that's what we're dealing with here, the tools of the water level, it's the nouns. The water level is deemed as a horizontal condition. Slightly awkward, I know, for some people, but in reality it works because level is horizontal. As everybody knows, right? All you have to do is check a dictionary. Just go and get your citation. Do you not think that's a citation, Blue? Is something wrong with that? Or is that not acceptable as a citation? The level being horizontal. It's strange, but I mean,
not that
it's up to you if you want, Blue. If you want to claim that the dictionary is wrong and it's not a good enough citation for you, then that's fair enough. You're entitled to do that, Blue. I think we should make a video about it. Blue Marble Science is unhappy about the citation that level is horizontal within the dictionary. It's okay, we could make a video about that. So we can say that, can't we, Blue? Blue Marble Science states that level within the dictionary, the noun, the tool, the level, it does not establish a horizontal. It's not called a horizontal condition in the land of Blue Marble Science. I think we could make that quite safely, couldn't we? Anyone else up for that? I think it's definitely worth making people think about things. Right? What would make a retired engineer go against the dictionary definition for a citation about level? What would do that? What would possibly do that? It's worth thinking about, isn't it? Worth thinking about that in your old age, what would happen if you started doing that? Would you want your friends to sort of meet you on the internet and say, "Ooh, what's he doing?" I don't think it's a normal thing for people to be denying dictionary definitions. Imagine asking somebody for a citation for something, and then when they give you a dictionary definition, you just saying, no, no, not that. No, that citation is not good enough. I don't believe the dictionary about level. What's the liquid parts of the Earth's surface? The liquid parts of the Earth's surface is definitely water. And the tool, the water level, within the dictionary is defined as a horizontal condition. There's not much curvature to a horizontal condition. In fact, I would say there's zero curvature to a horizontal condition. Yeah, but that liquid part of the Earth's surface is a horizontal condition, Blue. There is zero curvature to a horizontal condition in reality. Because horizontal is a straight line or plane. Everybody knows that. There is no curvature to a horizontal condition. And if there's anybody out there that can help Blue Marble Science with this, it's just reality, Blue. Nobody wants to be, you know, putting, I don't know what, like, it's like, you know when you're a kid and you're singing and you hear these people going on these talent shows, and it's pretty obvious that their parents have told them that they're good at singing and all of that. Well, it feels a bit like that, Blue. Except, you know, you're looking after your elders, aren't you? And I don't know what it is that you're saying, but like a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. It's described in the dictionary as being a horizontal condition, and the liquid parts of the Earth's surface is definitely water, and a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane and defined as a horizontal condition within the dictionary. I don't know what people else we can say to you, Blue. Really. We're only talking about reality. There's nowhere else to go with it. It says it's a horizontal condition, Blue. Doesn't say there's any curvature there. Look, horizontal condition. Equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. There is no curvature there, Blue. It's a horizontal condition. You can keep saying it, but there's no curvature to a horizontal condition. I feel sorry for you, Blue. I don't know what's going on. You keep pointing us to look at number 3. That is number 3. You say, like, not that number 3, but that's the number 3 that's there. 1, 2, 3. 3, horizontal condition. Engineering. Your own citation disagrees with you, Bev. What are you talking about, Blue? That's from the dictionary. Where does that disagree with me? Level is horizontal, and it says there that the water level is a horizontal condition. How does that disagree with me? It sounds like you're not well, Blue. Sorry to say it. We're just living in reality. This isn't flat Earth, right? This dictionary was not wrote by flat earthers. Flat earthers did not write this, Blue. This is just reality. It's a horizontal condition. Level is horizontal. That is not a flat Earth dictionary. It's Merriam-Webster, Blue. In reality. I feel sorry for you, Blue. Maybe like might be like Matthew Learns, that you have some sort of an assumption that a level is not horizontal, and that you're just basing everything on that. But unfortunately, this dictionary definition states that it is. So, I mean, do you often have assumptions that can override dictionary definitions? Maybe Matthew Learns might be doing the same sort of thing. Maybe. Maybe Flat Earth Mathematics, maybe he might help you out as well. He may also disagree with this definition of level within the Merriam-Webster. It's unfortunate, but you've been left on your own, Blue. There's no Jesse Kozlowski. He's not coming back to help you. You've been left holding a shitty stick, the wrong end of the shitty stick as well. And you're fighting against obvious dictionary definitions. Then I didn't write that dictionary. Anyone can look it up for themselves. Not flat Earth. So, anybody else got anything else? The complete misrepresentation from PT has gone all the way through. Now, Blue Marble Science is in the chat, denying definitions within dictionaries. He's got some sort of different physics. His preconceived assumptions are overriding what it says in the dictionary. And that's just one of the dictionaries. There is literally every dictionary will say that level is horizontal. Every dictionary. Yeah. Yeah. How much curvature do you think is in a horizontal condition? I know for a fact that there is zero curvature in a horizontal condition. Zero curve. Is Blue disputing the fact that it says that a horizontal condition, water seeking its own level, is a horizontal condition? Is Blue denying that that's wrote down in the dictionary there? Because that would be tough to deny that, wouldn't it? What it's written. And it does seem like slightly madman. Blue is going senile or a bit of dementia or something. Blue, is there somebody there that can sort of help you out? We're just talking about dictionary definitions. You asked for a citation, Blue, about level being horizontal. I gave you one from a dictionary. Now you're saying number 3, and I say a horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Water seeks its own level. And then you say, not that number 3. When you have to acknowledge that that number 3 states that level is horizontal. Blue, do you deny that that says, number 3, a horizontal condition, a water level? It's actually talking about the tool, the water level, and how you use that tool to establish a horizontal condition. The water, The body of water within the tool, a water level, establishes a horizontal condition. Are you denying that, Blue? Just keep writing something else. It's amazing that you can not see that states it's a horizontal condition. It's tough when you're talking to don't know, older gents. My dad's going through some tough times at the minute, and I get the feeling similar sort of age, Blue. You need help. Blue Marble says that doesn't say level is horizontal. Definition of level, Blue. A horizontal condition. It does. It literally does say it's a horizontal condition. What's wrong with him? A horizontal condition, Blue. It's literally there. Number 3, horizontal condition. How can you say that's not horizontal? I need to go and make a brew. Fuck's sake, somebody else want to have a chat or whatever. What's going on here? Is there nobody else out there that can help Blue Marble? We need to get him some help. He's blind. He can't see what's wrote. I feel sorry, Blue. Surely you've got to have somebody who can help you with this. Just keep posting the same shit. Spamming stuff. Blue, acknowledge that number 3 that you asked us to look at says a horizontal condition. The water seeking its own level is a horizontal condition. He's doing it again. Holy shit.
He can't not do it because he is a high priest of his religion. It's his religion. Clearly, anyone who would deny this such a thing and just be honest and say, yeah, that's what it says.
That's spamming the chat. Yes, Blue, it's obvious. You've got it on repeat. You will not recognize, you will not state that water level, water seeking its own level, is described as a horizontal condition, isn't it? Blue. Blue Marble Science, denying reality since, I don't know, probably quite a long time, Blue. That's number 3, Blue. Acknowledge the number 3 that we are looking at. Acknowledge that a water level in this one, number 3, water seeking its own level, is a horizontal condition, an equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Acknowledge that, Blue. And then we can move on. That's the one that you asked us to look at. You asked me for a citation that level was horizontal. I gave you a citation that a water seeking its own level, the water level, is defined as a horizontal condition, i.e. level is horizontal. That's what you asked for, Blue. Please acknowledge it.
I think that he cannot believe what he see.
It would be a lot easier if you could come in here and chat, Blue, but obviously, since you're saying such stupid shit, I doubt it you can. Just you're best off sticking to the thing. Sorry, I had to nip off the toilet. J-Ro, thank you very much. He says, come into the VC, Blue, and explain your position. There's a lot of people. I mean, you can explain your position to everybody out there. I'm pretty sure that your position should be able to be made crystal clear about these definitions. You asking us for a citation of level being horizontal. We've given that to you. And you're saying that's the wrong one. But you asked for a citation of level being horizontal. We gave that to you in abundance. It says there, horizontal condition, a water level. So what's your rebuttal to that? You're just saying, no, but it's there. It's on the screen. You said number 3. It's there. You asked for a citation. I read them to you. You said, please read number 3. So I read it out again, Blue. And it says a horizontal condition. That's what you asked for, a citation. So please come in. J-Ro wants to talk about engineering projects with you, Blue. Particularly, I think he wants to get into the hydrostatic equilibrium and the horizontal plane, obviously. That's the horizontal condition that's been talked about here. Come on, Blue. I'm going to be going off in about 20 minutes. I think we'll go to midnight tonight. So 20 minutes you've got a little bit of chance to come in. I don't know how long it'll take you to explain your position about the water level being defined as a horizontal condition. Yeah, we don't want to misrepresent you, Blue. And we don't want to be saying that you might be going senile or anything like that. Right? But you asked for a citation of level being horizontal. And we do have many from dictionaries. But your only rebuttal seems to be not that one.
I think this has been another poning by a blue marble science poning.
It's getting a little bit old to have blue marble science. I'll take care of this tomorrow.
Yeah, look at that.
You're doing a video.
Yeah.
Nice one. Blue
Be
marble
sure to
science
tune in.
does
The not
definitions.
that.
Yeah.
No, not that definitions.
Yeah.
Blue marble science does the not that.
Yeah.
And the not that's definitions.
The acceptable blue marble science definitions and citations, right?
Yeah.
He asks for a citation of level being horizontal and then says, nope, not that one. And then you give another one. He'll, nope, not dictionary definitions, not citations from dictionaries. No.
If level has the word horizon or horizontal in it, it does not exist as far as the blue is concerned. Can't exist. Isn't that right, Blue? It's because your God demands that it can't exist. So don't look at it. Get the ECV going, plug your ears, close your eyes, go la 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 la, because that's what's happening here. Maybe he'll do that on his video tomorrow. That'd be quite good, I think.
He's never actually attempted to do RBD face either, which is obviously the differential leveling. That's where you would find out that level is horizontal.
Yeah, George's work, right? I mean, that's what he was attempting.
Yeah, Blue must know about George's final work.
Could have fooled me. But you think he'd have to, right?
Friday, tomorrow, is it?
Tomorrow's Friday, yeah.
Friday, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Blue Marble Science is doing a free-for-all Friday.
Great. Going to address how Merriam-Webster's definition of level and horizontal is not level is horizontal. It should be really
good. The horizontal condition stated about the water level is not a horizontal condition. How many other dictionary definitions do you think contradict each themselves?
Quite a few. I predict a Wikipedia in our future is what I predict. Well, I'll be happy to be wrong, but that's my prediction. If we're taking predictions.
A Wikipedia definition.
Yes.
I'll just check the oh no, nobody's joined. Blue Marble Science hasn't joined.
He may pull out his textbook from 60 years ago.
It's from 65. His surveying textbook from 65.
Ooh, 65. That was a very good year.
Wonder whether he's actually going to go to the differential leveling part of that.
Problematic, I guess. I'm guessing.
Bring it back to this show tonight, right? The angle to a curve doesn't exist. The diameter to the circumference has no angle. The tangent, obviously, is perpendicular. So there is an angle to the diameter for a tangent. But a tangent is not the circumference. For the tangent is a straight line and the circumference is a circle. A curve. A smooth curve. A circular curve. Call it whatever you want. It's just a circle. Now, there is a difference between that straight line and the circle. The angle, the right angle, is measured between the diameter and the tangent, the two straight lines. The tangent, obviously, is not the curve of the circumference. Therefore, the angle that's measured that is perpendicular cannot be to the circumference because it is to the tangent. Can't go the other way. That's where we're at. Now, that was the original topic of the conversation, but Petey had labelled it try thinking talks to flat earth math about angles. Well, I didn't, not in that clip. That wasn't me. That was paper. And I don't want people misrepresenting paper as try thinking, because as fine as paper is with his arguments, he is not try thinking. He is paper organist, not try thinking. So therefore it's a misrepresentation of the people that were in the conversation. Not only that, there was a misrepresentation of what Petey was saying as to what flat earth mathematics was saying. Petey was drawing something showing the angle changing, and flat earth mathematics kept saying at the vertex. Well, that isn't what Petey was showing. Petey was showing a moving point around the curve, and the angle that kept changing, that was never 90 degrees. And when you saw how much he had to zoom in, we have a demonstration of that very fact, and I might have to try and represent that to show people. I think, have I still got it? Maybe. No, I might have to redo it. Yeah, they've been wiped. So I'll have to get those back if I decide to do that. But, I mean, again, we're down to these simple facts about straight lines. There is much simpler ways of describing all of these things. Much simpler. To explain how contradictions occur within the models. Blue Marble Science is saying the angles between two tangents, which is two straight lines, i.e. Not curves. So thank you very much, Blue. We know angles need straight lines. So,
but his God demands that he put curves in there. So Blue obliges.
Well, he puts tangents there, really.
Well, yeah, but he puts the tangents in there knowing the tangents are straight lines, but you can't have straight lines, so you must have the curve.
He rubs the tangents out like it's just like a mind wipe, right? We know the tangents are there to measure the angle, but we can completely ignore them and pretend that they're not there. And we can then pretend that the angle's between the curves, but it isn't. It's between the two tangents. But they can conveniently not see the tangent. That's what the ability of the Blue Marble Scientist, modern day times, has the ability to do, is completely not see something. We call it ECV. And this is just another one of those facts that these guys just completely throw a veil over the tangents or hit them with the magic wands or whatever. It comes from them being flat earthers.
Definitely.
And they can't help it. They just they don't want to be the flat earthers that they are, so they have to project that on other people. I'm expecting Blue Marble to have a change of heart at some point soon when he becomes religious. Because
he already is religious.
I know, but you know, when he grabs the big G.
Ah, yes, the big G.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You have to have the big G involved with your religion. See, look, he's saying there you don't need the tangents.
He's fighting for tangents, yes. So,
yeah, there you go.
That's what we said. Like, poof, just make him disappear.
Yep.
We know the tangents are there, but they're not there. Look at that, it's gone. Poof. I can't see tangents. Like you can't see horizontal conditions. Gods is right. All of that reality stuff wants Blue to be able to pass it off at somebody else. He wants to be able to call me a dumbass, and he wants to be able to call everybody that's taking on these basic facts Bevites, so he can dismiss them too. The problem is, who else is going to be a Bevite when Blue Marble finds out? Is Merriam-Webster dictionary a Bevite? Because it says that level is horizontal. Are all of the dictionaries such like that? Or is it just that we can acknowledge reality as being such, Blue? Yeah, the dictionary. When I started looking into this, I looked at the dictionary and found that level was already horizontal in the dictionary, Blue. Nobody's been and changed the meanings within the dictionary. I thought that was one of the weirdest things at first, when I thought, how can level be horizontal? How can level be horizontal and nobody's noticed it? It was one of the first things that came to my mind. How can it be so in your face that level is horizontal, yet nobody else be able to seem to notice that? People have been discussing facts and, you know, talking amongst each other, generating scripts of all sorts of different scenarios, but nobody had gone with the advanced simplicity of stating, isn't a water level a horizontal condition? Like what? Hydrostatic equilibrium. All points of an equal pressure on a horizontal. Maybe just me, but like it seems unbelievable that nobody else had ever bothered noticing it. Or maybe nobody had, like nobody had put the pieces together. Maybe people still don't want to put the pieces together. Maybe it's too easy. Yeah. The earliest stated definition of level being the water seeking its own level being a horizontal condition, as Saragaki's pointing out, Blue Marble seems to be thinking that's a contradictory position for the dictionary to hold. I'd say the angle at the point is 0. There is no angle. I can't understand what they're talking about. If they're talking about two curves, the angle would be massive to absolutely nothing. Be all different angles in between, from 360 to 0. It never makes any sense to me.
Yes, it is nonsensical, and it states that one angle has infinite number of readings or values. And of course, therefore, it cannot be one.
Yeah. I'm not too sure whether you have angles in calculus. It's a geometric term. It needs a physical act of measuring the angle from one line to the other.
Yes, measuring is measuring.
Yeah.
But even within this calculus, how flat Earth math described it, he was just describing a process of straightening curved line. So, because if you are making it shorter and shorter, as he depicted that it is visually going to be straight, so in fact they are just making it as straight as possible, this curved line, which is proving our point that even in calculus they need straight line or something like straight line. Of course, it is not. It does not prove that they are right, but still they are cheating. This is just cheating. And by the way, Flat Earth Math said what he is supposedly going to do with GeoGebra. So they should make that. How he expressed that? Internal tangent, something like that. It's complete nonsense. But still, and he said that they should hide this line. So he is just saying what GeoGebra should do and how GeoGebra should cheat. So it explains many things, I think, about Charles.
Blue Marble's trying to tell you that don't talk about calculus. Don't talk about calculus. Like, why? Who needs to talk about calculus, Blue? We're talking about geometry. Yeah, if you need to hide in fantasy of calculus, when we are actually talking about geometry, then that's up to you, Blue. But I mean, anybody can actually talk about whatever they want.
But still, it was not me. This was Flat Earth Math who was talking about calculus, not me.
Yeah, well, I think he's saying don't even talk about Flat Earth Math. That's his mate.
Maybe. But sorry, but I will not submit for suggestions of Blue Marble Science.
Yes.
He's not the one who can permit or forbid me to say anything I want.
He's in the YouTube chat. Shouting orders. I mean, of course, why wouldn't you listen to some rambling old lunatic in the YouTube chat shouting some stupid shit? I mean, he's been denying dictionary definitions all night.
Well, his name is Blue Marble Science, and people should consider bowing before him. Obviously, that's what he thinks.
Well, I think it's a perfect example of what Blue Marble Science is. This is the embodiment of this modern science. The denial of what is, and the want and the need to change it to his will. Right? To use nature, to manipulate nature, and bend nature to your own will. That's what Blue Marble Science is all about. Obviously, he's expressing it here for us. You become the embodiment of the monad once it's like a Penroseing type thing, but this is the nutsack. When you get ordained as a priest of the Blue Marble Science, you can freely go around people's YouTube channels stating, people, don't you talk about calculus, that's my mate, Flat Earth Math, that talks about calculus.
Making demands.
Blue Marble Science is going to completely ignore the definition, the citation of level being horizontal, by not looking at it. Just look at this other one. We won't call it cherry picking. Blue Marble Science isn't going to go to one particular definition tomorrow. Guaranteed.
But it means that Blue Marble Science is near Brenda, because Brenda is famous, let's say, or infamous, for denying own senses.
How long's Brenda been around, do you know? Did Brenda appear on the scene about the same time that Jesse Kozlowski left?
I didn't. I was not, let's say, familiar with Jesse Kozlowski, but so when what was the time when Jesse Kozlowski went off?
Well, it was Jose on his old school. I'd say 3.5, 4 years ago, ish.
It may be the same time, but
There's coincidence.
Maybe.
And
But
what
still,
about Mike Jones? When did you first hear of Mike Jones? It's a lot more
here.
recent, isn't it? Yeah.
Here, so I'm not familiar with Mike Jones earlier.
What about you, Blue? Can you remember Brenda being around at the same? Can you ever remember Brenda and Jesse Kozlowski being in the same room together having a chat about, let's say, what would Jesse Kozlowski? About Lake Pontchartrain. He's not calling Brenda it, is he? Don't be doing that, Blue. I think it's about time. Can't be doing that. It's still June, Blue. That's offensive.
Rest of this, but still, I think that Blue is in this stage as Brenda was, just denying own senses.
Bev totally misrepresented his own citation. The one that states horizontal condition. That level is a horizontal condition. And that completely refutes the fact that level is horizontal. According to Blue Marble Science.
You misrepresented what you read? Is it really what he's claiming? That's a good one.
I understand this statement as that level is horizontal condition, so it sounds for me like that level makes this condition for horizontal. So it is a necessary antecedent for horizontal. So if you haven't got level, you cannot have horizontal. This is, for me, what it sounds like.
There you go. Bev totally misrepresented his own citation somehow.
How?
I completely refute what he says. He figures you guys are too stupid to look it up and see the rest of the story.
Rest of the novel?
The story.
There is no story
it's a dictionary, Blue. It doesn't continue on with the H's and yeah. That's amazing, Blue. You wow, Blue. I feel sorry for everyone. This is Blue Marble Science, ladies and gentlemen. If there's ever a reason for you to not want to get into this particular branch of science, go into other areas of science. Don't ever take the class called Blue Marble Science, because you will come out more stupid than you went in. Absolutely. If you've got anything like Blue Marble Science, the guy teaching the actual science, well, it's not an actual science, it's just a fictional science that's been made up by some retired old dude that's got nothing better to do than to go around gaslighting people. Right, I think that's enough. It appears that tomorrow, we don't know, but if I'm thinking, if Blue Marble Science can get a co-host, somebody to come over, help him out, he'll do one of his sermons, and we'll see how many other people he can get, see who he's trying out. I'm not too sure he can do it on his own. So there might be Rumpus.
All the regular parishioners, parishioners will be there.
Yeah.
Rumpus and maybe Farmer's Boy, Larry.
Yeah.
You know, he'll have the regular parishioners there.
I've heard the spaghetti scientist.
Oh, great.
He's
nice.
Touting a new debate scene. So he might be over there promoting his wares. You never know. It might be beautiful. Trying out. It might be a good chance for him to try out a new bit of fresh blood. Somebody new that he's never chatted to before. Oh, nice bike. I was gonna get a. Anybody got a Blue Marble Science Buster song? Anyone want to? I think it's about time. I think Blue's said a bit too much already tonight.
Maybe she's tired.
Yeah. Well, we've got a tangent from Rumpus. Does anyone want to hear you don't understand tangents? Coming from Rumpus. For right, see, it might seem fitting.
Yeah, that would be good. Yes, there are many words about tangents.
References about tangents. Okie dokie. Thank you very much. Join us tomorrow. Hopefully, we're not going to have all of our numbers taken away from us from the great Blue Marble Science streaming. Whatever he's going to do, concoct something. He's going to completely ignore the horizontal condition of a water level. Oh, that's Mike Dornan. There you go. Jesse Kozlowski, co-host with Blue Marble Science tomorrow, live on Friday. Free for all Friday. Jesse Kozlowski, Blue Marble Science. We can bill it. Join us tomorrow. We never know. We might be going over with Blue. We might have to do a watch party. Who knows? We'll see how it happens. Thanks for watching. Join us tomorrow. Free for all Friday. Who the fuck's God? You don't know who Godzilla is? Blue Marble Science. It's Godzilla. The tangent being parallel to the surface.
Well, it is. You do know what a tangent is, don't you?
Yeah.
To a circle.
Yep.
Good. Well, actually, I don't think you do, actually. You've demonstrated many times you don't, but we'll go through it again. Hopefully people know what a tangent to a circle looks like.
Yeah.
And therefore, that is at the point of contact that the tangent and the horizontal are the same thing. So you could say they're both parallel to one another, but the horizontal and tangent are the same thing at a point on the Earth. If you change where you are on the Earth, you get a different tangent and a different horizontal.
What about the circle, though?
Is it a straight line, though?
Is the circle parallel to the tangent?
Is a circle parallel to the tangent? Well, a circle's is a curve. You've got to pick on a point. A tangent... That doesn't really make much sense. You can have a tangent to any point on the curve of a circle. At that point, the gradient, or the slope of the curve of the circle, if you like, is the same as the tangent. By definition, that's how a tangent is defined. It's the gradient of the curve at that one point where the line just touches a circle. That is a tangent.
Parallel?
And that... Parallel to what?
The surface. Parallel to the tangent.
Well, the tangent is defined. It's like, say, asking if something's parallel to itself.
What?
You don't understand what a tangent is, do you?
What he'll do, what the technique is they'll come in, they'll try to propose an answer to one of these unsolvable riddles. And then as soon as you try to object on some point of lunacy that they've made, they make it about, how you're so stupid and you don't understand. And then when anyone else tries to chime in to make it worse, is that you get a triggered flat earther that's like, how does this guy not see that, or whatever the fucking conversation is. And then they try to get in it. And then now you've got two flat earthers against Rumpus. Now he plays the victim.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's like, but this is what I'm saying, is like anyone who's still playing along with the charade, you're just airing out and giving them what they want.
You don't understand the basics. When I say gradient, you don't understand what I mean. You don't understand the basics. The fact you don't understand... I don't understand what kosher is, what I just said. You didn't understand what a gradient was. And the fact you don't understand this, that Bev doesn't understand the basics. So you don't understand what you don't understand what gradient means. But of course you don't understand what kosher's point is. Did you not understand what I said? I mean, my God. Are you that stupid? You don't understand what I mean by gradient. So you don't understand what you don't understand what gradient means. Then. Really, this dense, you don't understand what I'm trying to say. You seem incapable of understanding simple things. You don't understand the basics. So you don't understand what you don't understand what gradient means. Then I think people understand what I mean by the gradient. It's going a slope. It's got a gradient of about 45 degrees here. You don't understand. But of course you don't understand this, so I don't. Right, so Armour understood exactly the point that I was making. You don't understand what a tangent is. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your Now I've explained it in very basics, very precisely, very explicitly, and yet Bev will deliberately attempt to either misunderstand it or his IQ so low he's incapable of understanding. I mean, you don't understand what a tangent is, do you? I mean, you don't understand the basics. For someone who claims to know about geometry, you don't understand the basics. They misunderstanding, you see. This is the problem with this guy. He doesn't understand what I'm trying, but Bev doesn't understand this because he's a moron. But you do understand. I can only do that understand the basics, don't you? And clearly Bev doesn't understand it has a gradient. I think most of the panel understand what I mean by the gradient of the curve. You don't. I don't understand what Kosher's point is. The fact that you don't understand this is just unbelievable. And you didn't understand what a gradient was, did you? You then had to say, well, what's a gradient? I think most people understand what I'm saying if they're not trying to willfully misunderstand. I don't understand what Kosher's point is.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Typical of you, when you're using everyday terms, apparently you don't understand what they mean. And I don't know whether you do this deliberately to misunderstand what you're being told, or whether you're just stupid. You don't understand the basics. A child of about 10 or 11 could understand. I don't understand what Kosher is. He's deliberately, willfully misunderstanding me, or he's really stupid. And you don't understand that at a tangent point, there is a gradient. You don't understand the basics. No, you don't, because there's a gradient at that point of a tangent. So you don't understand what a tangent is, do you? You don't. You're a moron. Because a point on a curve has a gradient. But don't you understand? It doesn't matter how much you zoom in. Well, because I'm having to deal with people who seem to be willfully trying to misunderstand me. And if that's the case, I believe that's a disruptive behaviour. There's something that Ben doesn't understand, so everybody else tries.
You don't understand.
There's something that Ben doesn't understand, so everybody else tries.
You don't understand.
You don't understand what tangent is, do you?
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You don't understand what I mean by grade. You don't understand what a tangent is. Understand the basics. Don't you understand?
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worry.
You don't understand what tangents are, basically, what you're doing.
You're just on your own.
I don't understand what Kosher's point is.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions. You're just on your own.
You don't understand geometry, do you? You don't understand simple geometry. You don't understand what a tangent is. I mean, you're incredible. Oh my god. Okay, you're too stupid. Anyway, I've got to go to bed. Bed's stupid, and well done, Armour. You understood. I don't understand what Kosher's point is.
No, I'm a Glober, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you understand geometry.